Love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stop. Just give it up. Don't stop.
This video is brought to you by 9% and powered by Petty Vision Productions. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Lego! I ain't here to wake nobody up. I'm here to unplug you.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing. So cold, behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts feeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. God loves.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. We're going to talk about it. Can y'all hear me? Let me check my settings real quick. Oh, no, the camera on. We should be good to go. All right, yeah, we're good to go. I don't know why the mic's so low. Mic. Yeah, I don't know what I'm... Can you hear me? Mic check. Hold on, let me... Mic check. Okay, yeah, it's moving. Prayers, what up, though? Appreciate you, Lady Shay. Lady Shay Butter. Shay Tube in the building. Scorp in the building. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Hey, this is a new series I'm going to start. I'm going to call it Belly of the Beast debate, right? I'm open to discussion, but I really want the debate, right? I really do want the debate. I want the smoke. You know, I want to have some hard conversations, some sensitive conversations because they're necessary, right? And sometimes you got to shock people to wake people up to make people see things the way they really are. And everyone ain't gonna wake up. And I ain't trying to wake up everyone, but I'm trying to shock the system. You know, I'll give it a joke. So we're gonna have these conversations, right? And we're gonna start off with this one. What is masculinity? And uh, shout out to Gary, shout out to Tay. They helped me come up with this. We just having a discussion about different topics, right? And especially nowadays, I could have took this so many different ways, right? Comparing old school versus new school, far as how men were back then compared to how they are now. Oh, I'm like, what is that? Um, my bad. Yeah, but yeah. So it's gonna be some conversation that we gonna have. It's gonna be a little touchy, but just remember, everyone gets an opinion. In this platform, you're more than welcome to express your opinion because I'm gonna express mine. Right? We're gonna have some conversation. There we go. How about that? Yeah, it switched over to the camera again for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm about to get a new laptop. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new laptop. But yeah, well, we're gonna talk about masculinity. Uh-oh, my co-host is up here. What up, though?
Hey,
So I wanted to get I wanted to get a panel of men and women because masculinity can be viewed from different perspectives. Men are men. Men should know what it takes to define masculinity, but also women look for that as a complementary piece to them. So I understand what a woman looks for in a masculine man. Um, as far as masculinity and men, that's a different perspective. I think we need to hear all of it. But um, yeah, it's a discussion, but I want to smoke. So if y'all got any of those red pill dudes or any of that, invite them over. I want to smoke because I'm the fire that it come from. So I want to play. But yeah, so let me ask you this, because when I think of masculinity, It's times we be humble, and but even in telling the truth, I just feel like it is what it is. So when I think of masculinity, I think of myself. People can call it conceited or whatever, but I'm like a throwback. Chivalrous with women. Um, when I say protect and provide, I can tell you how I can do all that stuff. I can tell you how to do it, how I do it. A lot of men, they say protect and provide. How go to work? That ain't protecting and providing. Because if your boss say F you don't take your job, then what you gonna do? So um, I define masculinity, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's a lot of like the male species in 2024. There's not a lot of masculinity, and they got a lot of feminine energy, and we got both. But we supposed to reside in the masculine and use the feminine when necessary. And people living in that. Blue Lotus, what up, Blue? Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You on mute, sis.
Oh, my bad. I said interesting what you said about the soft men now. We in soft era. Is that what it is?
Man, if you look at it,
We
man,
in a soft
even
era of men.
if you look at it, ask people who went to the military in the 50s, 60s, 70s, compared to, well, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, compared to the 90s, 2000, and modern day. They gonna tell you there's a lot of stuff they don't do. Even the military saw. They used to kick your ass in there. Now, you know, they got rules and rights and all that stuff. Like we training people to kill. Why we need to? Nah, y'all got to be savages, animals. You know, um, do it mess people up? Yeah, but they be ready for war.
Mm-hmm. What's the title? What is masculinity?
Hmm.
Okay. You want me to answer like what is
Like as a
masculinity to me?
female, what do you look for in a man? Like as far as masculinity, how do you determine if a man possesses masculinity?
Um, yeah, I look a mess, so excuse me.
Hmm.
But what is masculinity to me is someone who gonna let me complain. Let me, I'm emotional. I'm gonna vent. Let me vent, and then be like, okay, are you done? I just feel like that's masculinity. You know what I mean? You don't sit and argue with me. That don't that ain't what you do. My daddy didn't argue with my mama. You know what I mean? It was I remember as a child, my parents would get into it. And then you know how women are, they talk too much. And so at some point my dad he would raise his voice. He let her talk. But then I remember as a kid, he'd be like, all right now, that's
Yeah,
enough.
you got that cut
You
off.
know what I'm saying? He like,
You got
that's
that cut
enough.
off. Yeah.
Yeah. But he'll let her go. He'll let her go. And then at some point, he'd be like, okay. Like he raised his voice and be like, that's it. I'm done. I don't want to talk about this shit no more. But now they'll argue with you. And so that to me, that's not, you want to argue, that's not masculinity to me. I think, would you say masculinity is like a gender role?
It's something. I mean, if you a man, is hell yeah. If you want to say is equipped to men, that's like our divine right to possess this because it makes us who we are. It makes us be able to say we men. That's like the results of our actions. That's what that display our masculinity. Like think about this, man. Like with the arguing with the female, I ain't got time for that. Like I've been around enough females and enough OGs to understand one thing. Females emotional, they go pop off, let them blow their top. They come back, cook you a good meal or something like that. They apologize. They got different ways to do it. So, um, like me, I don't do all that. You know,
Masculinity My bad. Go ahead.
In nature, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, G. It is like that's what defines us as men. And like nowadays, uh, like I say, you got both feminine and masculine energy in you. The problem is these dudes residing in that feminine energy. Like for me to argue or feel threatened by a woman, uh, why would I feel threatened? Like I'm literally designed to protect. I'm literally designed. I'm bigger. I'm stronger than you. I can run faster, jump higher than most women. It's outliers, but no, I ain't gonna feel that unless you coming at me with a weapon or something. Like you driving a car at me or something. I'm gonna feel threatened because a woman red. That's what they do. Women is duality to everything, right? Women scream, men talk. I ain't got time for all that, man. All that hollering and yelling. You sound like a female. When dudes do that, do they not? Is that whole um, giving you the same energy shit weird?
It's
Men
weird.
matching females' energy. Like, why would I match your energy? I'm supposed to be the logical, the rational one. Yeah, let her pop off, express herself, do her thing, whatever. And
And
then it's like,
that's another thing. My bad. Go ahead.
oh no, go ahead. I don't really. KT, what up, though? Appreciate you. Appreciate you. First and foremost, how can I take his advice? And he laying down, speaking to me, twisting his toes together. Nah, you twisting my toe. Hey, the link is on the community wall, bro.
Who
Niggas be
twisted
acting
toes?
emotional as hell now. I know he said because I'm looking down, twisting his toe. Assumption. That's cool. I don't twist my toes. Look, I'm gonna twist my toes for. Type of shit is that I'm looking down because I'm legally blind and the light hurt my eye, the one I can't actually see out of. And I'm looking down at my phone to see the chat because I can't read that well when the screen is white. But my chat, I can read on my phone. So that's why I'm looking down. Ask
Come
the
get on the
question.
panel.
Right. Ask the question. Men
Mm.
talk more than women. Now, if a man talking more than a woman, then that's what I'm saying. Men reside in that feminine energy. If we're having a discussion, my point is to be concise. My words should mean and hit something. Other than that, what am I talking for?
Masculinity to me
Monique, what
is
up, sis?
masculinity to me is as well is a man finding a solution to the problem. I shouldn't have to be trying to find out solutions to stuff. Now I will help to find a solution, but I feel like as a man, that's you supposed to figure out how we gonna do X, Y, and Z, or whatever. That ain't my problem. I'm not
And
supposed to
this
be you the logical one. You figure it out.
and this is why we have the concept man is the head of the house because we are supposed to be the logical solution seeking individuals, compared to the woman, um, supposedly. But like I said, most men out here they don't build themselves that way. People don't even read no more. How you supposed to solve problems if you run away from them? Like most of the time, like think about like when my wife, when there's something wrong in my house, something wrong with her car, the first thing she do is come to me. And if I can't fix it, then I take it to go get fixed. Most men got to call other men to fix the problems they females have. How you think that make that female feel? How you feel every time you got a problem and you call your man, he got to call somebody else to fix it? These dudes
Yeah, we're
don't
gonna feel
build
like you
themselves up.
can't. We'll be like, well, give me your man's number so I can call him next time I have a problem. You know what I'm saying? If you can't fix it, give me your homeboy number. Cause obviously your homeboy know what he doing.
And see, you know what? I don't talk down to men. I speak up to men, but I can't make nobody want to do better. Bro, I'm legally blind. I don't make no excuses. I get up and I take care of my family. You ask my wife who paid a mortgage on this home, I do. You ask my wife who paid her truck off, I did. I don't make excuses for nothing. Some of us got to work hard, harder than others, right? That's just reality. So now I don't shit on my fellow man. I try to show them. You, as a man, we have to have multiple hustles, man. I mean, we can keep working for people, or we can use that same energy and effort we put behind making somebody else wealthy, making ourselves wealthy. At some point, you got to realize that. And if you can't do it for yourself, we should be teaching the next generation how to do it. We should be giving them all the shit that we know now, teaching them how to invest, teaching them how to start businesses at a young age. We didn't learn it until we got older. So why not pass that information down so they can get started with it? Even if we can't do it, we should be preparing them to do it. We don't do that. Not enough. And like I said, me personally, I never speak down to a man. I speak up to you. But this type of person I am, I can't meet nobody where they at. They got to come to me. They just got to do that because I done went down too many times trying to help somebody, and they try to snatch my ass back down. I'm straight. If you want it, come get it. That's what I said. I opened the discussion. Link is on the wall. I ain't putting nobody down, but I'm gonna tell the truth. A lot of these men ain't men, and if you don't fit the description, I'm not talking to you. If you get up and handle your business the best way you can, I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the motherfuckers who don't.
But if you feel some type of way, only a hit dog or holler. So hey,
It's hard, but you know what? From where I came from to where I'm at now, it's hard. You know what made it hard? It was only hard until I began to do it. The more I did it, the easier it became. It's hard at the beginning, everything is. That's just life. Anything you try in the beginning is hard. But until you continuously practice it, repetition, you give yourself no other option but to have it. Guess what? You go get it. And that's just what it is. That drive, that fire, it ain't in us no more. It ain't.
what you think about that statement? Other
Anti,
women
what up,
talking
though?
down on men.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking down, but I ain't gonna talk up. I don't do participation trophy. I feel like I don't believe in that. I ain't better than nobody. Fuck that. I'm better than a lot of people because they ain't doing better. They ain't even trying, so I ain't not better. And it's people better than me, and that inspired me to get better because I know it's more levels. I don't feel bad because it's people better than me. That mean they worked harder than me. They put in more work. I started later. I was doing stupid shit at the beginning. So what I'm gonna be mad at these people and they've been grinding it out? Nah, they better. That made me want to do better. That's what I'm saying. That participation trophy shit. Fuck that. Ain't nobody better than nobody. How ain't
Why
they?
my camera look like that?
Bronze, what up, brother? Miss T, what up, though? Like as especially as men, we want to be the rulers and the kings, and we want women to submit. I never asked a woman to submit to me. Never had to. There's a difference between demanding something and commanding something. My actions made them want to submit. They felt it was worthy enough for them to submit. So that's why they submitted. I ain't have to beat them over their head or ask them or bribe them or manipulate them. No, they like this a man. Yeah, consistency will make practice become an art. All men can be kings and don't want my woman to submit to me. And see, that's what I'm saying. Ain't no, like, I think of a dog when I think about submiss. I never asked my wife to submit. She say that shit. I don't even say it. People, it's these words too. It's better words than submit. What about commit? Wouldn't that be a better word when you're talking about two people coming together trying to do something? We use the word commit instead of submit. We can commit to one another. Wouldn't that be more powerful? Wouldn't that be more respectful between the two? It's these words they use for division. Everything is used for it, but y'all got to be careful with these words, man. Oh yeah, all man can't be king. Nah, I agree with you with that, bro. I agree with that. No, that ain't everybody role. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the king's list, everybody ain't on there. You know, only the people on there are on there. So like when they be like everybody kings, I mean I understand the respect factor, but to actually assume that role is difficult, and it should be. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I said this participation trophy ass society we live in. Everybody want everybody to feel special. If you ain't special, you ain't special. Shit, put the work in and become special.
Also, you say participation, but also it's like now men are, well, women do it, so why I can't do it? Like it's that type of attitude now. Like I don't know, but because
Man,
women do it, it's like women do it. I'm gonna get that energy, like, but
no,
you
I
a
ain't
man
matching no
though.
energy. No, I ain't matching no energy and no female. I'm straight. I'm not trying to match that.
Men match
I
your
have no
energy now
desire.
with women.
I ain't.
It's
I don't have
wild.
a desire. You know, I'm straight. I got too much other shit to do.
But you've never heard it before, like
No, I seen it. This shit weird, man. Men be competing with women. Like men trying to take all women shit. Y'all wearing these tight ass clothes and shit. Women
that's
wear tight
another
clothes.
thing.
Leave that shit alone. The women can't even have fucking purses. What the fuck is you carrying around where you need a purse? I don't even travel that. Look, I carry my thing. I got my wallet. I got my phone. I got if I need extra pockets, I put a hoodie on. I got two extra pockets. If there's something else, look, tell my wife to carry it. Y'all doing all this extra shit, man, trying to compete with the women. This man with metrosexual wearing makeup and shit. Like, come on now, man.
That's a listen.
Rhinestones and shit. Y'all sagging y'all pants. Y'all trying to entice men so they look at y'all ass instead of the women ass. Talk about the psychological part of it. Fuck out of here, man. That shit
And
weird.
another thing is like I see them like on TikTok, they act like us. That is a lot of black men be dressing up like black women in wigs and stuff. I don't like that. I don't like that when they be doing that. I be like, and then be, y'all make money off there. Y'all make money off us. But that's another topic. Like men, I low key, I feel like a lot of men are jealous of women. A lot of men are jealous of women.
Les, what up though, bro? Les is in the building. Appreciate you. I'm a match. Now, see, that's on an intimate level. I definitely agree with that on an intimate level. You know, matching your girl's energy. I'm talking about going outside and matching a random woman's energy because your significant other you post to, your family you post to, any intimate. You know, it can be a friend. You know, you can match that energy. I'm just talking about out there competing with the women. I ain't matching that energy. Obeying his orders because of structure, and I can agree with that. But see, that's what I'm saying. Some people do that, you know. Like I go to work and I signed up to do this. You know, I signed up for this. I signed a contract saying I was willing to, you know, make it do what it do. But all that extra shit, no, I'm straight. You ain't putting no. I've never been like that unless I'm getting paid for it. I did that when I was younger, but I was a sucker. You know, as I matured and got older, especially working in the hospital, like, nah, man, I ain't doing no extra stuff and not getting paid for it. You got me bent. So it is the difference between, you know, um, having discipline and following structure and rule and order what you consent to versus obeying, I mean, being submissive to somebody. Because I seen people who did submit to their bosses physically and, you know, women, you know, submitted to their bosses, and uh, you know, it is what it is. Miss Tracy, what up, though? Exactly, people will take advantage of hard work. Yeah, yeah, definitely. People will take advantage of you being kind, man. Just you being kind, you being polite, you being courteous, all the things you supposed to be. People will take advantage of that shit, and it's like, wow, you know, you give a person an inch, they take a mile. You know, so yeah, that's what we dealing with. Miss Tracy in the building. I gotta check out that the talk tick videos. I call it talk tick.
Hey Tracy,
But yeah,
she be dancing.
Miss Tracy be getting it in. Submitting is bowing down to a master or having the inability to deny unlawful command. Yeah, and see, that's I even equate that to beta personality. Some people are just naturally like that though, and I don't fault people. Like when you see something that's natural for a person, no matter if you agree or disagree with it, that's just who they are. You know what I'm saying? And unless they want to do something about it.
What's natural?
Personality. People develop personalities over the time period of their life. So you would get people who will develop like alpha personality, and if that's who they are, that's who they are. You get people who will manifest beta personalities, and if that's who they are, that's who they are. I won't fault them. That's just who they are. Unless they want to do something about it, who am I to judge them? So
Mm-hmm.
uh, like I always say, complementary, but I'm talking about. I think the modern man is too soft, and it's showing. Like over the
Men,
years, you
moderate
see
men,
it.
y'all soft. You hear that?
Yeah, man. I
Nah, let me
think.
stop being messy.
Nah,
Go
I think
ahead.
the modern man, like even like the red pill manosphere, like let's think about manosphere. Why the fuck would I want to be somewhere where it's all men? I want to be around females. That shit weird. Like manosphere, like the whole world just men. Nah, man, I'm straight. That
Hey,
don't
the
even
red pill is it. That's where them ninjas at. Them
modern
ninjas over
man.
there.
You think modern man is stronger? No, I doubt that. Most dudes don't even know how to change a tire, let alone let. Like if you don't know, if you can't, like people think money, 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 money. But what if you ain't got money? I can still build a house. I can still put a roof over my wife's head. Like modern men, they depend on technology too much. They probably
Another
never
man to
been
give him a
hunting.
job.
Yeah, another man creating something for them. No, they don't know how to motherfuckers get their nails dirty and have a fit. Like, nah, bro. Modern man back then, if you get sick, you died. Come on now, man. I'm talking about we 80s babies, the last of the dying breed. I say that the 80s and early 90s. They the last of a dying breed, man. They don't make them like us no more.
Y'all, I don't know. I say my daddy generation because my daddy generation.
No, but see, look, this the
Uh,
thing. This the thing about the 80s. I'm gonna just be
and my
real.
dad was 1955, 50. So after that, it was over.
This the thing about the 80s is a little bit diluted, right? Because that was the crack era, so there's a lot of crack babies around there. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one who came up under the tutelage of the elders. There's some of us who carried old school ways from the 80s and early
Some of
90s.
y'all, yeah. Some of
I'm talking
y'all,
about.
yeah.
That's why I said we the last of a dying breed. Like after that, it's no more. It totally changed. Like that way is gone. Now it's these techno ninjas, the future's greatest generation. Hell, 98 to 2000. No man, no man. I know 98 to 2000. I'd say the 90s. I give the 90s, but the 2000s, man, that's when everything started getting feminine. That's when everything started getting soft. Y'all start sagging pants and yeah.
Getting things put in your booty and all of that. So, how y'all like.
Yeah, I'm born in the 70s. Yeah, I'm telling you, the 80s. I give it the 90s. I know some 50-year olds, and see that's another story too because everyone does not mature mentally, and that's just what it is. You'll have somebody 70 years old with a 13-year old maturity level, uh, the way they perceive and break things down and associate things. So everyone's mentally does not mature. That's
Hit
why
the
you
link, KT. He don't know what he talking about. Hit the link. Let's talk.
you talk about dress and dance back then. Look how they dancing now. They popping and stuff. It's like what men trying to shake and be more
It's men
seductive than
shaking their
women.
booty like women, like us
Right.
now.
They doing the water dance. Like what the hell? Like nah, bro. No, man. This generation, bro. People don't even. And that's around the shooting era too. The 98 to 2000. That's when they start packing. Everybody started shooting. We used to fight before then. You get your tooth knocked out, you'll be all right. You come back, go to the gym, come back and fight again. They ain't like that no more. Now they want to pop everything. Everybody
They
want to,
shoot.
yeah, they don't even want to fight no more. You go in the backyard, go behind the garage, go in the garage. Boy, we used to get down. They used to get down, man. Now they don't do that no more. That's what I'm talking about, Brian. I immediately understand you have a severe disconnection with the history of black culture and music. Nah, I probably know black culture, black history, and music better than most people. Um, it's not a disconnection. I mean, I can tell you when it started changing, and it wasn't even us creating culture; it was people assimilating culture for us. So, I mean, what is black culture? Like, what is black culture? Everybody always associated to music, but what is black culture? Fried food, soul food. You know why we had to eat that food? You know why we had to, that's our culture. We don't talk about none of the great things black people do and add that to our culture. We talk about all the shit that was given to us. Even the music. It was culture at first, but then it transformed into something else. We don't even own, black people don't even own music. Why is that? Yeah. Oh, yes, I do, bro. Black America is from slavery. See, um, that's what. How do I explain this? Not culture, not that's black culture. We had our own language. They tell you you was a slave. You weren't a slave. You was more of a prisoner of war. It ain't slavery. That's the word they came up with. Concept they gave what they did. You look at it for what it is. That's a prisoner of war. How if you captured, tooken, even if you want to talk about the transatlantic, you captured. That's a prisoner of war. They came in and messed you up. That's war. That's battle. But they want to attach. Nah, come on, man. And black America is from slavery. That's what they want you to think. And what did they get? They gave you that story. They gave you all that, man. Have you ever asked the OGs? You talk to somebody who came from the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s. Talk to them people. Get stories, get their stories, and see if it match up with your books. We was already here. We was already here, my baby. Some of us was. Some of us was. Most of us was, I believe. When the ones who really identify with this landmass, they know what it is. There's other people who, like we had that show the other night, Hitch, they hitch and try to tell us this, try to tell us that. Nah, man. My
For real,
history
what are
is
you? Are
here.
you black? Are you from the Caribbean? Like what are you?
We were brown. Hey, bro, my hair, like my hair turned like brownish red. You'll see it, like when the sun hit it. My hair turned brownish red, my skin bronze. I'm a native of this land. We ain't call ourselves Native Americans. We ain't call ourselves Indian. We had names. That's all day language. And if you use their language, you gotta accept their ideology. That's why the shit don't line up. That's why the shit don't match. Nah, I ain't no goddamn Native American. That ain't what we call ourselves. Fuck, I'm gonna let somebody else name me for who else do that? Now we gonna talk about it. Let's talk about the ancestors, how they did shit. Compared to the way we doing it now. We ain't living like we supposed to. That's why these dudes running around all feminine and shit. Living that Greco-Roman life, man. Get that out of here.
But it was gay, like it was, you know, homosexuality back then, though, right? It was homosexuality back then.
Yeah, but that people chose to do that. That's what they did. They ain't have to dance around and do all that. They just did what they did. You know. Hell yeah, Plymouth landed on us. Commanders in the building, the general, the minister of defense. What up, Nine? Appreciate you, sir.
Hey, Di.
Hey, I didn't
Shout out to
announce
everybody
Miss.
in the chat.
Shout out to the Nine, man. Shout out to Gary Busted Down Brown, Mr. 33, my bro. Shout out to Commander. Shout out to Santina. Shout out to BDB. Shout out to Cat Daddy, man. Shout out to the Nine. Shout out to Take Eats
Shout
on the
out to the
panel.
nine. Now let me stop. Gang, gang. No, it ain't no gang. Let me stop playing. They already say we a gang.
We a League of Extraordinary. Hold on, though. I gotta show them what it is. For all the new people, if you ain't know what it is, I'm gonna show you real quick. Shout out to Commander. The 9% is the League of Extraordinary Individuals that decided to come together to use their talents to raise the level of consciousness and promote development. Each has their own channel. And that's how we rock out. Riders, what up, though? I know y'all ain't scared of me. Somebody hit the link, man. Let's talk about it. KT, you welcome to hit the link. I'm in debate mode. You typing quick, you can talk quicker. We can talk about how the new generation of men are soft cupcakes. I ain't saying all of them. I'm not saying all of them. You know, I'm talking about the representation of them. What
Do
we
you
see.
feel like do you feel like a lot of the reason they soft cupcakes is because they didn't push the gay agenda?
I think it's much more than that. I mean, honestly, I think it's much more than that. I mean, to sum it up to just that, you'll have
No,
to
I
say
wouldn't
that
say
is.
just summing up just to that, but do you feel like it had a little piece in it?
I mean, of course, everything did. I mean, that's the takeover. I mean, men wanting to be women, like that's weird. Like men wanting to be women, and you
This is why
pushing
they
it.
want to pass all of the law, the gay laws. They're so happy to pass it. Is that part of the reason why?
And to be honest, I can't say nothing to that because I haven't really looked into no gay laws. To be honest with you, I've never looked into gay laws to see what the law actually state. But I think people shouldn't be discriminated against. I mean, I know that's part of it, but as far as like how they try to handle kids wanting to do stuff like that, that shit fucking weird. That's an agenda because a kid doesn't. You can't even vote until you're 18. So what is you letting people make rational decisions like this for?
Change their body and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you can't even drink or smoke until you're 21 now. But you gonna let somebody decide that don't make sense. That's not logical.
Yeah,
Who
letting a
came up with that?
13-year-old decide to change, say, oh,
Yeah,
I
who?
don't want to be a girl or I want to be a boy and stuff like that. Giving them that. Yeah.
Riders in the building, realers, what up though? Appreciate y'all, appreciate y'all. Hey, the link is pinned on my community wall. We talking about what is masculinity, you know, and I want everybody's input because, like I said, it's different perspectives. You know, people view it different ways. I just think this generation and it's people I'm talking about what's socially accepted, right? I think that's a better term, right, to use. What's socially accepted now. These dudes soft, man, running around with purses and tight clothes and shit, trying to look prettier than the women. Like, I understand getting fly, but come on now, man, that's too much. Throw a t-shirt on and some jeans and I'm out the door. These they trying to look prettier than the women and shit, wearing ripped clothes and all that. Like, come on, that's too much, man. I gotta look good. What type of shit is that? I be hearing dudes be like, "I'm pretty." Like, did you really just say that? Like, we used to take pride in look intimidating. We used to do push-ups and shit and work out and get big and look like, yeah, you don't want to fuck with me. Now they like, I want you to say I look good. Like, what? Yeah.
Weird. They want to try to look better than the woman. Let's talk about that though. Um, I'm just gonna say for me, this is in my opinion. I feel like a lot of men, I ain't gonna say a lot. I feel like there's some men out there that are jealous of women. I feel like they realize that, you know what, she can get up, she can look pretty. Somebody could pay for this, pay for that, and men get jealous of that. They get mad. I done seen it. Men get mad. Some, not all.
And and see, I'm gonna say this too. I can end that conversation like this, and I hope you identify. Them ain't men. That's some shit. Think about kids, right? That's what boys do. My son do that. He get jealous when his sister gets something. Ain't no man taking care of business, providing for no woman, getting jealous of no woman. It's just not gonna happen. Not no man. But if you're dealing with an immature, he might have a mature body, but no, ain't no men go get jealous of no woman. Not no mentally mature dude. No, we ain't got time for that. I mean, what we go get jealous for? We providing. I'm get jealous of my wife for. I'm the one giving her all the shit. That's what I said. Man, a lot of these dudes don't stack up to what a man is supposed to be. If you can't provide, like when you say provide, right? What do most people think? Money, right? What if you ain't got the money? Can you still provide? Can you generate the money? If your girl needs something, can you generate it? Can you get it for her? No matter if you got money or not. Do you got a skill, a trade? Do you have something that you can do to get what you need? Most people just go to work. When you talk about protect, Rach, when you talk about what up, Rach?
Blessings, word, blessings.
What up, though, Commander? Let me
Hey, what
do.
up, Nine?
Let me finish making this one point, then y'all can rock out. But when you talk about protect, right? Most people think, oh, I get a gun. Most people ain't even trained with them. Most people can't handle they self with their hands. They ain't skilled in nothing. They can't change a tire. They can't lay drop. They can't do nothing. They worthless. Only thing they can do is go to work. And you want a woman to
And slang that D. That's it.
right. And now they say I'm a man. Like, nah, you don't add up to it. So now you want a woman to, and this is all the stuff y'all grandpops, y'all daddies, all the stuff they did. Now you want a woman to adjust from what's normal to her and deal with this. And you can't do nothing. You got to call another man to fix stuff that you're like, man, get that shit out of there. But y'all can rock out.
Who goes first?
Hey.
Ryder. Hi. I was only coming up because nobody had come up. I really don't have I mean, I have an opinion, but I haven't really thought too much into it. I know in my own relationship when to say or think like, oh, that's not like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if a man doesn't know how to change like oil or things like that, you can pay someone to do that. I don't think that means they're not like manly, honestly, because everybody has their own skill set. You know, there's some like white collar folks who don't do that kind of stuff, but they'll pay for someone to do it for their wife.
True.
I'm gonna ask Gary a question real quick. I don't see a problem with grooming yourself. You know, I ain't saying nothing wrong with grooming yourself. My wife is a nail tech, so you know she'll hook my nails up. But I don't see nothing wrong with that. Now, if you're getting polished and doing a Drake, then you got an issue. Yeah, some dudes polishing their fingernails and stuff like that. I'm straight on all that, but ain't
What
nothing
about if
wrong
they
with
put a
grooming
black
yourself.
polish on?
Man, ain't nobody putting no damn polish. Like they tried to put, what do they call it? A clear coat? Man, don't put that shit. Well, let me put oil. Look, thanks for cutting it. Thanks for scrubbing under it. You have a good day. That's just me. Some dudes do the oil, some dudes do the clear coat. But when you start doing the colors and all that, then that's you telling a
Only if you're
story.
like a rock star.
Yeah, they weird anyway. So yeah, I ain't
I
go.
think I think a man should groom their self and stuff like that. But I seen a comment where it said, "Why should you worry about what someone else is doing, this and that?" I agree to that comment partially, but then at the same time, you have to be worried because these are the kids of the future. These are people of the future, you know? So your child is going to be someone that eventually is going to be an adult. And if you're not teaching them or preparing them, then it's like, you want your child to be a productive person in society, right? So I think part of the reason it it it, it is a problem, and it's something that we need to get a hold of because also too, if you look around, there's probably more baby mamas now than it was, 2, 3 centuries ago. That's a problem, don't y'all think?
You're on point with what you're saying, yeah. But it goes a little deeper too. Like I said, all this stuff is learned behavior, and I don't get tired of saying it. A lot of these, a lot of these kids, a lot of these little boys, their moms also, how can I say it? And if you listen to them carefully, like if you listen to the stories and stuff, their mom is also part of the problem. Like you got little boys playing with dolls, dressing up in, dresses and stuff like that. Moms don't stop. They don't talk to them. They don't explain to them, no, this is not how a boy should dress, regardless of anything. Like they keep saying that this is supposed to be like an illness, right? It's something you're born with. But you've had a lot of people that are actually, I don't know the word wants me to say it, but
Like
GAY.
encouraging them.
No, you have a lot of
No?
people that are saying that are GAY, that they are actually that, and they don't agree with a lot of the stuff that's happening and a lot of the stuff that's going on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's kind of like, that's why I said Tay is on point with everything that she's saying. And what I gotta add to it, a lot of this is learned behavior. A lot of them will sit here and tell you, look, listen, I'm this way because I thought that it was cool when I was little. I seen this person like this. I seen a lot of it is learned. A lot of them, a lot of men are, actually turn like that because they have a trauma. Now that's understandable. But
Right.
the ones that don't have the traumas and are just following a trend, that right there could have been stopped. If a parent would have sat down, had conversations, talked, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. But me listening, like there, a lot of this is just learned behavior. That's all I gotta add to what Tay said. For real, for real. Like a lot of these parents, a lot of these moms don't really, they there, but they just there. They're not guiding their kids. They're not teaching them morals. They're not teaching them respect. They're not teaching them how to dress themselves, how to take care of themselves. This is what they got to do as a little
Why
boy.
not?
That's what I don't understand. A lot of
Is
these
it
little
because
boys
she's in a
didn't
one
learn.
household and
He,
not a two-parent
you know how many
household?
little boys have sat here and I've heard conversations, right? And I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. They didn't teach their, when they learned how to, go potty. Some of these little boys didn't learn to pull out their, wee wee, I'm sorry, and point it at a toilet. They sat down like a girl because that's how their mom taught them. They watched. The mom didn't sit here and explain, well, you're a boy, you can't sit down like me. You see where I'm coming from? Not until a
I don't
man
think
walked
there's
up and
anything
said,
wrong
"Mom,
with
fuck it."
that. A man sitting down to go pee, I don't think there's anything wrong with
I
that.
mean, it's a lot.
For
It's a
I
lot.
sure.
also think like this, like, okay, us girls when we were little, like me example, I played with like boy toys. Like I think it's okay for a girl to be a tomboy and play with boy toys. Why isn't it okay for a boy to play with dolls or play
And
house,
dressed
or
like a girl.
maybe not dress like a girl, but
That's my whole point. I mean, there's a difference between, the toys they
mm,
got for the little boys, the action figures and all that. But you sitting here literally buying a dollhouse for your son and some Barbies.
I'm gonna
You
be
see my point?
honest. For my child, I slapped the dog right out of his hand. And you ain't supposed to play with no. I'm just being honest. You ain't supposed to play with no dog. For me,
Now,
my child
if
ain't
the
supposed to
little
play with no dog. And you a boy? No. Mm-mm.
You see my point? Is like, listen, my son has sat down and played with my daughter with the Barbies and action figures. He don't play with the Barbies. He'll grab the action figures and play with her. He'll grab his little cars. When they used to play, because
right.
he's 14 now, she's 7. So he outgrew the stage of the action figures. Now he's more into bikes, basketball, and stuff like that. But my
But what
whole
if he
point
had
is,
chosen? What if he was like, "Mom, and he's crying and he wants to play with the dolls?" You would just scold him? Like,
I
what
don't
would you
give a
do?
see,
damn.
I never had to
That's
really
for
go through that
girls.
because, yeah, that's for girls. Like, you got to
That's
really sit
exactly
here. And
what I'm
then
gonna say. Cry all
you
you
got to
want to.
teach. A
That's
lot
for
of this stuff didn't
girls.
start happening until
And
the
that's what I
pandemic
do
hit.
now. Like when my son be wanting to play with my, I be like, man, look, what color is that? You be like, oh, that's girls' dad. I be like, yeah, that's girls stuff. I mean, I understand what you're saying though, because shit, I used to play with my sisters, play pretty princess with them and all that. I
Hmm.
didn't put the jewelry on. I used to collect it. I wasn't
Yeah,
rocking it or nothing, but you play with them, but it's still um you still. I mean, to develop
teach them.
a boy into a man, you have to teach him, like she said, and the representation that we have of men now, I don't think is productive for young boys to see. You get, I mean, even like these concepts, bros over hoes, like that sound weird to me. Anything with a
Yeah.
bunch of men collectively, and you ain't building something or creating something, I don't see why you together. What y'all doing, bro? That don't make sense. Like, yeah, it's just a lot of stuff. KT ain't come up, my bad. I have my daughter right here going crazy. Come on, Nana.
KT's
Ah,
coming.
men love being around each other though. They love
I
they'll hang out with each other more than they gal.
I see now that y'all keep saying men. I keep telling y'all what it is. It's mature body boys. That's what they are. Mature body boys. MBB. That's what we gonna call them. Mature body boys.
I just think there are some kids that are I don't know if you've ever seen boys that are, you just can tell they're kind of zesty. They're 5 years old, 5, 6, and there's something a little different that you can tell, like even when they're little.
And even that, I mean, you can. I will sum that up because in the psych, I mean, they changed it, but in the psychology books, it was learned behavior.
This is the
But it has
thing,
been
right?
changed over the years. Like I just think whatever environment influences, like a kid comes
Yeah.
as a sponge, right? Kid don't know nothing. A boy don't even know he's a boy until you tell him he's a boy. You right?
Mm.
So the
I don't know
environment is
who
what
last
influences.
everyone is, but no, not all softcore boys had, grew up dressing up and that can't admit it because they scared of what someone thinks of them. No, I didn't grow up with no boys dressing up, and if they did, I swear there was a grandma or a grandpa. See, now we pop them in the head. Back then, there was no popping in the head. It was none of that shit. You got cursed the
Man,
fuck out in the ass whooping if you got caught doing some shit like that.
But
It
look at
man,
ain't
the
no such
men.
thing.
I put my grandmother high heels on one day. She slapped me until she slapped me until I put a dent in the wall. when I hit the wall at dinner, I never put a damn pair of high heels on again. I ain't know nothing. I was probably about 4 years old, man. And
I
put
think
the
there's
Yeah.
plenty of men who got popped in the head and they were doing stuff like behind closed doors, like putting on that kind of clothes. And then they didn't come out until they were like older.
man, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I appreciate the conversation, but I ain't about to be talking about all this. I'm
Okay,
talking,
where were we talking
dude,
about? Masculinity?
like, yeah, we talking about
Okay.
we getting too deep into the zest stuff. I'm straight.
Okay,
Look,
well,
I don't know nothing about none of that. We gonna talk
let's
about
say
changing tires.
a man
I
doesn't
mean,
know how to change a tire, right? And his wife calls him and says, "Hey, honey, I got a flat tire. It's like 9 o'clock at night." And then he's just like, "All right, deal with it, or we'll call you someone like a tow truck." And he just leaves her out there. Like, I don't think that's cool. If he doesn't know how to change a tire, he should at least offer to go sit with her and wait for a mechanic or a tow truck.
man, if you a man and you don't know how to change a tire, and you know women drive cars, go learn how to change the goddamn tire. It's little stuff like that should be innate to men. You know,
You got roadside assistance though. You don't have to like learn
no
those
man,
things. Like,
no man. I'm
it's
straight.
cheaper
See,
to it's
that's what.
cheaper to pay for an oil change than to do it yourself, I feel like.
Yeah, even though that exists, but I
You
still
gonna get some
believe that
cheap
we
ass
need to teach
oil.
our
I
kids
promise
that.
you that.
We need to teach our kids. Sorry.
Oh no, you good.
No, because like I get where she coming from. Yeah, that exists right now. But let's just say that for some odd reason something happened tomorrow, right? And we have no internet, no nothing, and now we have to go back to the days. You think that our kids will survive out here, not knowing how to do
Mine
nothing?
would.
You see my point? Might as well, yeah,
Yeah,
shit. They know how to start a fire. They know how to do a whole lot. They know how to
yeah.
cook. They know how to grill. They know how to do a whole lot of shit.
You want to
Like,
say hi?
that's my whole point. Like,
The
what
camera not
if
on.
some shit, God forbid, tomorrow's never promised.
Yeah.
That's how we grew up.
Baby
Tomorrow's
said
never
hi
promised.
too. Why?
So it's
Hey,
like,
wifey.
Tay said, "Hey, wifey." He said, "Hey, Tay
Hey,
Tay." He got a
oh,
Mrs.
that's
nickname
Word.
for Tay.
What up though, Mrs. Word?
yeah.
Commander said, "What up, though,
Can
Mrs.
I
Word?"
say the name you call her? No, let me stop.
Hayati.
Yep.
She said,
Hey,
"Huh?"
KIT. That's what I was gonna say.
That's my Hayati, my Libby. That's my heart, man. That's my ninja.
That's why.
I don't
That's
know.
why.
I just think like I grew up as a tomboy and that didn't mean anything. Like,
No, that ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's
Mm.
like for girls is like, man, I break that down one day. Um,
do you think it's
it's,
different?
it
Oh
is
no, we're
different.
back on that subject. Yeah, sorry. For
It's
another day.
different. I mean, even genetically coded is different. Y'all, man,
Yeah.
when you talk about genes, it's different. It's like men are missing a gene that women have. So out of the species, women are the most complete out of the human species. When you talk about even genes, I mean, that's why
But see,
you
the
got
time
two
boy,
big
They gonna
X's.
hate you for
And
that. Say that
I mean,
again.
just look at it and look at genetics. You know,
but when
you create life. Y'all get cycles.
yeah,
Think about like y'all menstrual cycle. They try to tell you in the Bible is bad, right? But even your menstrual cycle, like that's cleansing your blood once a month. That's why women. I ain't gonna say that's why women live longer than men, but even doctors will tell you that's beneficial. You know what I'm saying? It's good that that happens, even though it's painful and stuff. It's like your
but you know
body
that it's not just
is
cleaning your blood, right? You know what it is too, right? You're releasing all the dead eggs and all that
yeah.
stuff in
Hmm.
that painful part is that. Because them little dead eggs that are coming out, them cramps you're feeling.
And then you have ovaries, we have testicles. So
Hmm.
we put out sperm, y'all create eggs, and y'all can carry life. Y'all breasts, produce milk. I
But
mean,
it's not just that. I
genetically.
was going to explain the tomboy situation like it was broken down to me because I thought I was doing something wrong as a girl dressing like a boy when I would go out and play sports and stuff like that. No, like I said before, somebody broke that John down. I was doing okay. Look, I didn't feel comfortable being in a dress, playing basketball, playing baseball, especially soccer. I didn't feel comfortable getting in a dress, riding a bike. Like it's exposed too much. when I didn't like it. So it's like some old head came up to me and she just really broke it down. She's like, "You're not doing nothing wrong. If anything, you're just protecting yourself. You're covering yourself up. When you have a dress, it shows a lot. And you sometimes you got some little shorts on or some stockings, depending on what dress or how you like dressing or how you feel as a little girl. I never liked it. Not playing sports. I hated that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason that I sat here and like I told people it was one because of what I went through, and one, how can you play sports in a dress and be comfortable as a girl?
But writers,
It's
there
not
was a time.
okay. Hey, somebody went off.
She fell off. She'll
She
pop back
probably
up.
kicked off by
Hey, but
accident.
let me ask y'all this, man. Where the dudes at, man? Y'all letting the women?
He
We
said,
talking
"Where the
about
dudes at?"
Only the
masculinity.
boys.
Yeah, we talking about masculinity, and y'all letting the women run the show. But that's cool with me.
I want
That's
to
just
know how
particular
I mean,
fortitude.
where y'all at, men, boys, whatever,
men,
punk
how
ass.
many of
Nah,
you
let me stop.
are going to admit, how many men in the chat are going to admit that they don't know how to change a tire or they've never done it in their life?
Man,
Wait, what did she say?
How many men in the
that
chat are
shit.
going to admit that they've never changed a tire in their life?
Mm.
None of them.
I mean, a lot of them know how to cook. They have to, no choice. But
Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this in the chat. When you changing a tire, what do you do first? Jack the car up or loosen the lug nuts?
You loosen the lug nuts, then you jack up
You
the
know,
tire. I don't know.
yeah,
I've never changed a
no,
tire.
no, that's the proper order. You loosen the lug nuts. You don't take them off. You don't crack them to the point. You just crack them, right? So you can take them off when the tire go up. Because once you put the car up on the jack stand or just the
It's
jack,
harder.
I keep this how much of a dude I
The
am.
wheel gonna spin, so you need
Look,
to put it.
if you looking back at my wife's truck right now, there's a torque wrench back there. I got a couple sockets. The universe, I mean, you carry around a 15 or 13, 10 or 12. You just need about 5 or 6 sockets. You can do whatever you need to do on a car. So I keep a torque wrench. I keep them sockets, and I keep um, a jack a jack stand. So if I do lift the car up, I put it on a jack stand. If you never lift the car up and was tightening the wheels or taking something off of it, changing the brake pad, and it fell off the jack, you ain't changed enough time.
We
So
have
you keep the jack
YouTube.
stand. You
Anything
keep
can
it
be looked up on YouTube.
there, but as a man, that's what you want in your car, man. Keep your
My man
torque,
goes to YouTube first and tries to fix things himself first.
and that's just
Usually that's what he does.
Well, that's
and that's
another thing, right? Let me ask you all a question. If we could search things up, right, on the internet and we carry our phones or a tablet everywhere we go, why not just search it up when something happens?
because
Like,
they
all
don't
right,
have
how
the
do I change this
skills.
tire?
They don't have the skills. That's what I'm saying. They don't have the skills. They don't have the tools. They don't have anything. Okay, the basic tools
Shouldn't
in the
you
car.
have the tools in
Most
the back
people,
of your
I
car,
promise
even
you,
if you didn't know?
you know how many of my boys called me like, "Hey man, can you bring me a jack?" They bought a car, never searched and seen if they had a jack or spare tire in the car. That's one of the
Oh
first
shit.
things I check.
Yeah, you
Man,
have
that's
like
what
the
I'm
big jack,
saying.
the big one, or
Yeah,
you have the two little ones that you put on each side.
the the stands. Yeah.
And I've never
I
changed
mean,
a
even
tire, but at least I
exactly.
have
I
common
never changed
sense.
the tire either. But my
Man,
thing is, I've been around people that know that shit. I listen. I'm gonna try
what
it one
Gary
day though.
say? What Gary say? Nor the patient. Mine's would. Dude tried to change my tire and bent up the stuff. Yes, I seen that. Miss Tracy, I seen this doctor. He called one day, like, "Hey man, can you come out to the garage and help me with my tire? I tried to jack the car up, but I done messed up my car." And I'm like, "Well, you got a Lexus, man." I go out there, you done bent the whole frame by the door. I'm looking like, where the fuck? Like, bro, you got it's a spot under your car. I'm like, bro, this is a Lexus. Look, do you see this little arrow right here? It tells you where to put the jack at, bro. Like, what is you doing? Like, ah, nah, bro. And then I'm like, did you loosen the lug nuts? He was like, I thought you do that after you get. And I said, yeah, in the damn car, you gonna be pulling it, trying to loosen the lug nuts. You go pull the damn car off the jack. Like once the car go up, it ain't stable no more, my baby. That bitch gonna fall. It'll bend the whole jack. I done bent so many jacks.
Damn.
Now I was like, I'm just keep a jack stand in the car. I'm straight. That mother get the leaner, just a little pull. Yeah. And when
Well,
you
if you
changing the tires, no.
most men are the chefs. Like at restaurants, it's most of it is men that
I
cook.
mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like you should have some type of skill. Even cooking is a skill. You can always get paid cooking. I mean, but even a man that cook, that's an art. That's a skill. I promise you. Even those man, they handy around the house. It's some
Yep.
dudes that ain't worth shit. You know, they can't do nothing around the house. Can't change the plug socket. Can't unclog the toilet. They can't. They gotta call other dudes to do all this shit.
Listen, my
Man, I
brother doesn't even put
remember.
a battery in a smoke detector.
Mm-mm.
That's what I'm
But what
saying.
does make a man masculine though?
I was talking to this guy one time and I asked him to like fix this light for me or something, and he was like scared he was gonna get electrocuted.
You turn the damn power off.
I'm like, man, I just do it myself. Damn. I got mad for real. I was
Anytime,
like,
look,
no.
I'm a hold a masculinity school. Look, man, anytime you're doing something around the house and it involves electricity, just go down to the circuit breaker and turn the power off. That's all you got to do. You won't get electrocuted, and you just swap it out. Just reverse engineer when you take the plug socket out. Just put the wires where the old ones went. That's all you do. Reverse engineer everything. Practice it. Save you a lot of money. You're gonna charge about $80 for an electrician just to come to the house.
Right. I don't think
Let me
like those
ask
things.
Commander and Rachel, what does masculinity mean to y'all?
I think as a man that puts his family first, like I don't think that it makes my brother less of a man that he's not handy because his wife's never worked a day in her life. He handles like she handles the finances, but he works hard and takes care of his family, you know? Like he has a long day at work and he still comes home and plays with the kids, like soccer in the backyard, like he's devoted, loyal. I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be different attributes that different men possess, and providing and protecting, we all go do it in different ways. Some of us are extremely handy. I'm not talking about even when I talk about the ones who ain't, they might have another way long as they protecting and providing, but there's some dudes out here who they don't do nothing. They don't know how to do nothing worth the value, you know. They not you like you said. His wife don't have to work. She can reside in her feminine and take care of the home. You know.
It's crazy
What you
because
think,
growing up,
Rachel?
that's crazy. Like this era is different from when I was growing up on some real shit. Like now is that I'm starting to see a lot of lazy men on some real shit. Because back then it wasn't really like this. And I'm only 34 saying this shit. Like, what the fuck did I skip something in this dimension or something? Like, because back then to me, like, listen, man, a man is everything that Miss I can't see her name, Commander Albuquerque was just saying, right? But like the word just said, protective, somebody that provides. It's all that. Like to me, if a man is already, grown as shit with kids, a man that has sex, a man that does this and does that, and he's whining or bitching about every little thing, that to me is not a man. Somebody that's lazy, that
Mhm.
can't get nothing done, that to me is not a man. Somebody that I'm gonna call them a little boy, but in a man's body that'll sit here, put his hands on a woman, doesn't know how to walk away from an altercation. That's not a man.
Mhm.
I mean, I could keep going down the
Facts.
list.
Keep going,
Like
girl.
it's crazy as shit. But in this era, we don't really have a lot of real men. We have men trying to be women. So I get the conversation.
When you say back then, what you mean back then? When?
As I was growing up, men wasn't like this. A lot of men did for their family, provided, they were protective. I mean, I could just like I just said,
As
it's
you growing
backwards
up,
right now.
like you talking about men, grown men that you saw as you were growing up, or you
Yes,
mean men
yes.
that were okay? That's the same for
Yeah,
me
because
too.
everybody else was my age as I was growing up.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
talking about the grown men. Like,
like
I
the
didn't
ones
see
that
it.
won't give their seat to like the elderly woman or a woman, period.
See, and I saw as I was growing up, then
Chivalry,
the
man.
older men is different.
People don't even consider chivalry no more.
They'll sit in the
And
car
Hmm.
while she pumping gas.
Yep.
and
You don't see that
and
no
you know
more.
what?
Now you see the
But
woman
but
pumping the gas and the man on the fucking seat, on the
but
side, on the
look,
passenger side.
but I'm gonna have to, as a man, I'm gonna have to tell y'all this too. I'm gonna keep it 100 with everybody. Like I told y'all, I'm on demon time. It's some of y'all women fault too. All that independent shit, you know. Real men. I'm not talking about the boys. I'm talking about real men. Don't want to hear that.
Yep.
You come with an independent mind. What I'm supposed to do with that? We supposed to have collectiveness, togetherness. I can't do nothing with no independent woman. You know, I
You can't
understand
get
why
that.
women put themselves in a position, but it is a better term, self-efficient.
Why is
Ain't
she
nothing wrong.
independent?
Hmm.
Ain't nothing
Why she
wrong with
coming
being.
with an independent
Okay.
But she
mind?
picked. Oh, I'm gonna tell you why. Because she been picking these little boys, and they
Um,
fucked her over, and now she feel like she got to do it herself instead of
or she
waiting
was raised that
on the right.
way.
Yeah, that's another
Yep.
variable involved. But then, why was she raised that way? Because something you got with the wrong man. You got with the wrong person. That we got to take accountability for that man too. You know, I got some boys who single
Hmm.
parents. They got with the wrong girl.
So does that make a woman not feminine that she's doing things for herself?
No.
Like,
I won't say that, but I'm telling you this: words have perception. When you start talking about that independent shit, I'm gonna tell you to leave it. I'm just being real with you. Leave that shit alone. It's better words. You self-efficient. It is
It's
a better
basically like
concept. Look up the
all the women that
definition. It's a better concept. You know, being able to take care of yourself ain't nothing wrong with that. Because guess what? You might not have a man right now, but you need shit done. But when you get a man, you need to relinquish that and play your part. Let him play his part. If you pick the right person. Now, if you pick the wrong person, it's just gonna be fucked up. That's just reality. It's gonna be fucked up. Trust me, I know. I had a setback. It took me 10 years to climb out the hole because I chose the wrong person.
basically what the word is trying to say is like, all the women that say, I don't need a man for this, I don't need a man for that. Those are the women. Like, and
Yeah,
it
stop
has,
doing that
it's
shit.
gotten strong. Like it became a whole power empowerment, like a whole, I'm gonna say like a little cult or some shit like that. Like,
You
because
embed
it's true.
You're embedding that shit in your subconscious. So when you get a real man, you ain't gonna be able to recognize it because it's already in your mind that I don't need a man for this. So if
You know,
if you don't need a man, what am I here for? I'm not about to argue about me doing what I'm supposed to do. Let me do what I'm supposed to do. You do what you're supposed to do. We complement one another. But that bickering back and forth, I'm straight. You just gotta pick the right person. That's the key. You know, we all fuck up. We all make mistakes. You know. But as we mature and get older, we got to be patient. We got to be selective. We know better now. You know, we know these fuck people out here, men and women, on both sides. You know, we know they out there, but that's not us. So why settle for that? Whatever we settle for, that's our fault. Once our
yeah,
mind mature, we experience life. If we choose to settle, that's our fault. That's just what it is. Fuck seeing the best in people. Show me. Prove it. You know, you ain't gotta have $1 million. You ain't gotta have, just show me you a good person, your character. Show me if the times get hard, we gonna ride it out together. Show me that.
What are some things that a woman um can mess up or do when she's with a masculine man?
Try to demasculate them. It's just
Examples.
some things is not like even like I give you an example like from my past, like a woman trying to physically put their hands on me. Like I'm 6 foot. Like I'm not no little dude. You see what I'm saying? So why would you do that? So now I'm thinking you trying to put me in a fucked up situation, get my freedom took. We supposed to be building together. If you feel the need to put your hands on me, you need to be mature enough to walk the fuck away. just like me. I need to be that mature. I need a woman to not put me in a fucked up position if she pissed or mad at me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like when you intentionally try to demasculate, try to show a man, I'm not talking about a boy. I'm talking about a man. Ain't no, I'm not about to deal with that. That's the thing. Like with me, it is I'm not dealing with shit. No, I'm not gonna
Can
sit.
I,
I'm not gonna argue with you at all. Have a nice
can I
life.
say
Keep
something
it
to Blue
moving.
Lotus?
Yeah.
So, like I hear what Blue Lotus is saying. She said, I don't know if it's a he or a she. It says, do you feel, wait, the chat going, damn, what the fuck?
It's Nightbot.
Hold on, let me go back to
They
it. John
definitely
went back up.
no. There you go. They
It says, do
definitely
you
feel
feel
like
some
that.
women are like that because they had to be both parents to her children? I get that, right? But then we would have to also talk about the women, right? That'll sit here and act like that with their baby dad when they're the reason why their baby daddy is not in their kids' lives. Like they chose to be both parents, and there's a lot of good men out here willing to be a part of their kids' lives. So that's where everything is tricky at.
Yeah.
It's
It
the
do I
crazy
like
part.
it's really is multiple things exist in the same area. You
Hmm.
know, it's different circumstances and variables. You know, because it is some women. I got a boy like that. You know, but it's some women who don't choose to be single parent. You know, they just chose the wrong person. You know,
Hmm.
and by choosing the wrong person, and now you put in that position. We're talking about the ones who didn't ask for it, right? So I'm gonna assume that's what she was talking about. So those ones, I would agree, you know, because when you have to do something, you become it. Anything you do repetitiously become a behavior. It's learned behavior. You know, so if you constantly got to be the mom and dad, and do everything for yourself, it's kind of hard to relinquish that because it's learned behavior. You know, if you do it, it's gonna get done. So now you trying to depend on someone else to do it. You ain't gonna be, and then you know how efficient and effective you can be. You ain't gonna want to relinquish that, you know,
I
because you
understand.
don't know what to expect. But I would rock out with this too. You know, like I said, it's finding that right person and understanding, okay, it's necessary
Hmm.
now. That's the difference between switching from survival mode. You did that to survive, right? But now
Yep.
you got the right person. Now you can switch back over to living. Okay,
But
now,
it's like
you know, I'm going to
I could
trust
put an
you to handle
example.
this. Yeah.
Yeah. But see, I could put an example too. See, I was a single
Kenny, what
mom
up?
for
My bad. My bad. Kenny, what up, though?
I was a single mom
Eskiro.
to both my boys until a certain point until I met the father of my daughters. But I got in another relationship because their father passed away, so I ended up single for a while. And I had a lot of people, like, yo, don't let the because my daughter's father is my boy's godfather. We went from being best friends to him being their godfather to him being my fiance. Crazy ass story, but yes. So a lot of people was all up in my head trying to tell me, yo, don't let him give him your kids advice. They're gonna turn out like this. They're gonna turn out like this. Look at his life. Da, 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 da. I was like, look, listen, man. At the end of the day, he's doing a hell of a good job. For him not to be these kids' father, he's mentoring my boys into the right path. And boys are hard headed, like especially when you're a single mom trying to raise them. I'm not saying they bad. They a little hard headed, more hard headed than girls. In certain situations, like especially when they get to a certain point. But they're easier to deal with than a girl. But I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm going to put my pride in the way and not let a man that knows what he's doing, try to teach my boys from right and wrong when it comes to manhood. You see where I'm coming from? Like, nah, y'all sitting here telling me hop into a relationship, right? Do this, do that, and give your kids a father, but yet there's a man that's guiding them the right way. He's good, but y'all judging him for his past. You see my whole point? If I would have let people if I would have let people get in my head, my kids would have been fucked up out here right now. Because not everybody can sit here and give your kids advice. Just because he's a man in the corner, he's got all this money or he's got this, doesn't mean he's the man I want my son getting advice from.
Right.
That's the crazy part. So yeah, so I understand that part. Like it's hard. That's why I said being as a single parent is hard. But us women also gotta let the men in. Because like I was saying earlier, like you know how I said the little boys using the potty until they a certain age. When I was raising my sons, my son used the potty, not the first one, my second one. He used the potty until he was 2 years old, like a girl. Until my daughter's father started talking to him and explaining to him, look, this is how you do it, da, 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 da. And he started doing everything right. He taught him how to play games. He taught him how to play basketball, how to ride his first bike, everything.
This all the
Dress
time.
properly.
This not.
Let me do a shout out real quick. HDD in the building. Appreciate you, sis.
Hey, Dee Dee.
Ashkiro, what up though,
Ashkiro.
Ashkiro? 755 sis getting lit. Appreciate you, sis.
Did Loot
I'm
Loot.
Appreciate
saying, like
you
to keep
getting
everybody's coming
lit.
in right now, bro.
My boy Kenny
Let,
in it.
Tracy.
Hey man,
hey
y'all don't be
y'all.
scared. You know, we got the women
But yeah,
rocking up here about the
the
masculinity. You know, y'all men
whole
don't be
point of me
scared. They
saying
don't
that,
like.
like,
Anti.
oh shit, my bad. The whole point of me saying that is that sometimes us women, like, just because we're single, if there's a good guy around us, even though they're not the dad or something, we gotta let them be a part of our kids' lives. Let them talk to them. Let them, show them how to be little young men to turn into, grown men. Like we
I
just
know
can't
this is
stop
off
every
the
man.
topic. This is off the topic. Well, kind of what you talking about, but I ain't want to get out. When they're little and they're boys, y'all don't have them sit down, cause ain't it kind of hard for them to aim it? Like, cause that's what I did with my son, and then when he got a little older, I was like, okay, you gotta start
They
aiming
got
now. You
parties.
need to stand up.
They got the potties and stuff, right? To
I
train
got
them and all
I
that.
got my son
And
a
they got the
urinal.
actual little toilets for the kids. For them, when I was bringing them up, they had little
Yeah,
toilets. They like the
But
little
I
yeah.
potty
never
thingy.
trust my son at like one, like two, three, like because I feel like you can't aim yet. And I'm
No,
not supposed to be cleaning up no pee, so sit down
they got the
right
little
Listen,
now.
urinals you can stick on the
That's
wall.
right,
you
P.
gotta teach them. Listen, my firstborn, his dad was still around, right? And he helped with him a lot. So he taught him, and I was cracking up on how he was teaching. I'm saying, I'm like, yo, you literally sitting here on this potty while he's on that potty, and he held his thing while my son was next to. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I was like, yeah, you got to do it like this. And then he taught him how to wipe the, tip and everything when he got done at 1, 2. My son, listen, my firstborn is autistic. He was already using the potty by 1. Like he was already using the toilet at 1. He wasn't using diapers by 6 months. He was on underwears in 6 months. That nigga was running before he learned how to crawl. So it's like
Damn.
what I
Listen,
saw him do, I couldn't do. I cannot sit here and stand in front of a potty and try to teach my son how to hold a, his my. I don't have one to hold. Do you see
I
my
just
point?
learned I just learned recently that I always thought that men just shake, but there's some men that dab. Like
Oh,
I just
right, yeah.
recently they dab. I just thought they shake, and I'm pretty sure some
Man,
just
I
shake
am
and
not
some
about to be sitting
don't
out here
dab.
talking about no fallacies with y'all, but when people shake
No,
and
but
dab
it's true
and
though. There's a lot
they
of things that
dab.
us women
Commander, look,
cannot
they
teach the
dab,
boys that
Commander.
the men
They
Can
dab,
they
can.
dab?
they dab.
Hey,
It's
women
true
have to be
though.
taught how to wipe, like from the front to the back, not from the back to the front. Like that's a thing that us women have to teach little girls.
I know
So
But
755.
certain things that as
I'm
women we
putting that on the
cannot show our
soundboard. I dab.
boys. It makes it a little hard.
I'm putting that on the soundboard, Commander. They dab.
dab,
But
dab, dab, dab.
but I wanna
Just
what
dab.
what Blue said. And Blue, you know what? That's that old notion. I don't
He
like
said
when
they
people
watch
say
TV.
women can't raise men, because a woman can raise a man, especially
Mm-hmm.
like my mother. My mother was damn near married, being a single parent. She did a good job with me. Um, I feel she did a good job with me. And,
Yeah, my
at
woman can
times,
raise them.
yeah, I mean, like that whole, yeah, nah, because there's other things you can do. Like anything a boy need, you can put them around men. Boys need multiple uh
Ken.
influences anyway. Uncles, granddads, cousins.
Yeah.
You need
Thank
multiple influences anyway, not just a dad. A dad can only teach a son what he knows, but there's other things the dad probably don't know. It's stuff that I don't know that, I put my son around my pops. I put my son around his goddad. Um,
Teach him how to shave. Teach him how to like put on a
yeah,
tie.
Yeah, I'm gonna teach them all that, but so yeah, a woman can definitely, because that's the nurturing part too. So,
Yeah.
you know, a woman can definitely raise, and then shit. Some women, like I said, if they playing both roles, some women can tap into that masculinity and not teach a man how to be a man, but um, put the
Teach them how to
structure
talk to
and
girls.
yeah, but the structure and the discipline too. Because my cousin did that, her boys, but she was like military too, so um, she was she had that military mind. So her two boys, they strong boys, did a lot of manly shit. Like my cousin worked on cars, so she taught her sons how to work on cars. So I mean, I don't
Let me.
limit. I limit people to their own personal experience. So if you say women can't raise men, you go find some women who did just that. So
Let me ask you this. You know how do you feel like men masculinity let me see how I want to say this. Do you feel like men gain masculinity when they end up being I'm gonna just say it because I don't know if it's gonna make sense or not, but do you feel like men gain masculinity when they're in a relationship with a woman, like
I
a
think this should be.
woman that's pregnant and she have a baby and she like is responsible? Do y'all understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand. I think a man should have that developed before they even get with a woman. I don't think a woman should develop that in a man because it comes with masculinity is our confidence in doing innate things like protecting and providing, being able um, to be that if you have a problem to find a solution, if you need something to be able to go get it, and if you only get that when you get with a woman, um, it might not develop.
Mm,
You
That's
know
true.
that, and that's the thing. Like with me, I don't like. I grew up thinking like old school, right? Like you had to develop into a man. I need to have all these skills, all these traits, to get a woman. These are the things that's going to attract women to me. That was my mindset. So I built myself to be a resource or valuable to women.
right.
Most people don't do that. They
Do
feel
you
like yes.
feel like do you feel like men are better with a woman?
The right woman.
You said, hold on, say that again. I was reading Kenny's comment. He said,
The
I
right
thought,
woman? Do you feel like men are better with a woman?
I mean, I think that's like our fulfillment. Like that's one of our greatest achievements is to be able to have that woman. Like men want to feel needed, women want to feel desired. You know, like I know of some men who, like they just strictly business. They focus on success. But you look at people like William Clay Ford. Look what he accomplished when he had a good woman behind him. Who supported him to. You can accomplish a lot. Me myself, I accomplished more with my wife than I did without her. So having the right woman can inspire you. You know, it can light that fire. It can give you that why. Everybody say that why, that why. The right woman can be that why. You know, especially when you're talking about uh, creating a family. You know, so yeah, or the right woman can inspire. Can elevate a man, and vice versa. I believe the same. You know, um, I think if a woman is confident that she got a man to do X, Y, and Z, then she ain't got to worry about it. She can do what she need to do. So I mean, I think like always like the term I use is compliment. You find the right complementary piece. I mean, you got the picture. You got the better half or the other half of you. Now you complete. Your
Got that
weaknesses are
motivation.
they strengths. They strengths are, I mean, their weaknesses are your strengths. You know, y'all complement each other. No one is lacking. You know.
That's why they say a relationship is 100, not 50-50. When you do 50-50, you only
Hmm.
give half of yourself.
Do you feel like now everybody is playing like they're not showing their true self? Like it's a game.
Hold on, say that again. Yeah,
Mm,
you talk about far as like uh, man and women relationships, like or just people in general. I think somebody I forget who said it. Was it Gary? People said people put their best foot forward. And that's true. When you first meet somebody, they show you the pretty side. They don't show you the ugly side. I believe in showing people everything. I'm gonna show you the pretty and the ugly. Then you have a choice. Um, so yeah, I mean, people be false advertising nowadays. You don't know what you get, and then you realize what you got when you deep in the water with it.
but I think sometimes you gotta I don't know, you gotta play the game a little bit until you feel comfortable showing all your cards.
When that wig come off, he gonna be mad.
No, that
Man,
part I feel like people should show.
yeah, I
Like
had my
people should
daughter.
show like they're both sides, but when they feel comfortable enough to do
She like
so.
a dada.
You got to give them a
I'm like,
warning though. Give them a little
man, look,
warning about what's
don't,
about to happen.
this is off topic, man. But y'all women, I don't look.
The wig is
Y'all,
coming off.
no, not the wig, man. Y'all be
The
changing y'all whole
girdle.
appearance with makeup, man. Y'all whole appearance be changing. That shit is witchcraft. I don't care what nobody say. You can look like a totally different person with makeup. That should be outlawed in all 50 states.
I
That
agree. I
shit is not
agree.
witchcraft. And first of all, we
Yes,
could
it
get
is.
on men because at this point, men got hair
No,
pieces. Y'all
I
got
mean you can say
abs,
uh,
BBL drizzy going on. So
They wear the
y'all is doing the
hat.
same thing we doing. So stop.
The
Team
men that
Dad
wear the
Bod.
hat.
No, that's these new age men. Liz B, what up, sis? No, that's the new age stuff. And y'all got body. Y'all ain't even got to get a BBL. Y'all got the little shorts with the fake butt on it, fake boobs, the hair
That ain't
piece.
right, man. That ain't right.
Man, it'd
Okay,
be
y'all got
witchcraft.
fake hairlines. Y'all putting all this white chalk on the edge of your
Look, you
hairline.
see this?
All of
See
this
this?
stuff, y'all doing too much.
You see this? It's all gone. It's all gone. I don't do none of that. Now you talking
Cause
to a
you
whole
married
different.
now.
You talking to a whole. Even when I wasn't married, I ain't care. As soon as I started getting that little bald spot right here, I was like, see ya. I just shaved everything off. Like the hair don't make me. I make the hair. You talking to a whole different beast now. I never had no Beijing. Them people be dripping paint. Like, come on now, man. Let it go. Dude, hairlines be back here. Like, come on, man. Just cut it all off. You know,
Or like the
just let it go.
filters. I don't like
Uh,
the filters. You meet someone in person and they look like nothing like the
and
freaking social
yeah.
media picture.
Oh man, it's like World War III in there right now. My daughter is tripping. My wife, she going off on her on the Syrian.
We can't hear it. Don't worry.
She,
We wouldn't understand it anyway.
oh man, it's so funny. Because every time my wife don't let them have what they want, both of my kids be like, "Daddy," like, oh man, so
Liz B's in the chat.
Liz B, y'all, Liz
Liz
B, y'all,
BB in the chat.
Gorilla Glue,
What up, Liz?
man, it be bruh, man, it be so much stuff going on, bruh. It be man, people, bruh. I done seen people look old. They done changed themselves like 60 years younger with makeup. Like, how do you do that? Like that you don't
That's
do that.
wrong.
That's like paint. That is no longer called makeup.
I'm
And then
getting
I get
triggered because I wear makeup.
But
So
You
your makeup is fine though.
you
You look
getting
beautiful
triggered.
with or without.
I'm just saying, y'all sitting here talking about makeup. Okay,
Oh, I'm
look.
about. Okay, let's debate makeup then. Let's debate it.
I'm just
Um,
saying, y'all over here got fake hairlines. Okay, ain't
no,
nobody saying nothing. Y'all got wig pieces now.
no, no.
So
We're gonna talk about me and you. Now we're gonna debate me and you. No wig, no hairline. I ain't got none of that. We're gonna talk about your makeup. Let me leave Tay alone before she get me.
yeah, please, please. And then you got men that'll wear hats too, and they'll be
Look way
bald.
different.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then
See,
they take their hat off. It be like,
Oh shit.
now
Yeah.
you
see.
should have been
Look,
and took
this.
that hat off so I can see how you look now.
Now check this out. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? All
Playing me in
those.
my face.
Now check this out. Those men you describing, they ain't no threat to me. Them, they a threat to you. They trying to look pretty. I don't care about none of that. So y'all need to be worried because they trying to take the man y'all want.
Ain't
Ain't
no
no
threat to
dude about to
me.
wear no wig hat. Ain't no man about to look, man.
Wig hat.
We don't do all that, man. Look, when it's gone, bro. We cut it bald and keep it moving. Where all my bald brothers at who had a patch and said, "Hey, I think I better let it go." I got that bald spot. I'm talking about that spot was smooth. It wasn't like a follicle in sight. So I was like, "Well, time to go." I didn't have a follicle in sight. I'm like, "This is an oasis right here. This is desert." So let me just make it all even. I'm telling you, I ask Hero, look, any dude trying to look pretty, I'm telling you, I ain't gotta worry about them. Hey, they trying to take the man that want y'all. They ain't trying
Ain't
to take
nobody
the
got
money.
time for that. If a guy takes longer than you to get ready, ain't nobody got time for that.
Oh man, I remember when I was younger, this man, and I'm telling you, I'm just telling you my experience, right? I had two friends, right? We go out to the club. It used to take them like 30 minutes to an hour to get ready. Man, I go take a shower and throw my clothes on and we out, right? Nah, they didn't do that. They had to do all this facial stuff. Long story short, yeah, they play for the other team now. All them years they dedicated to
Wow.
looking pretty. Yeah,
Transgender?
ain't no, ain't no dudes about to try to look pretty to go out around other dudes. If we go out to the club, what do women? Do y'all want pretty
It be
people?
women at the club.
But do y'all like women? Do y'all? I don't understand. Do y'all want pretty people? Like y'all want pretty boys? What do? Because it
Beauty
is some women
fades.
out
Beauty
there.
fades.
It's some
You
women
better
out
fall in love
there.
with that personality.
It's some women do be wanting like good, really good looking men. They do. Like they
Yeah,
be wanting, they go for the good looking guys. Me personally, no.
y'all be getting y'all eyebrows arched together and shit like that. I'm
Uh,
straight.
to me, I'm
Yeah.
good. You can be ugly because I'm supposed to be the pretty one in the relationship, not you. They
I
supposed to
love
be looking at
character
me, not
and
you.
personality.
Competing.
Humor.
Hey, hey, ask Hero. Look, I ain't worried about them. I know what they doing. I know exactly what they doing. That's why they don't deal with me and I don't deal with them.
We
Look,
was
man,
just
I'm
talking about
telling
that.
you.
Men competing with women.
Yeah, that's what they doing, ask Hero. They literally competing with me. What y'all competing for? What the fuck y'all competing for? What are you trying to out yell? Like all these look, man.
Bros
Look,
before hoes.
Do you
I
feel like
can
some men? My bad. Go ahead.
I can understand like if you like on YouTube if you doing a show and that's part of your act yelling and screaming, but the dudes who really be yelling and screaming on here, man, that shit is not normal. Men don't. If I raise my voice, is a problem. It's not something we can talk about, you know. So I'm not about to do all that. That to me, that's too much female energy, man. That's what women do. They yell and scream at each other, call each other names, insult each other all day. That's what women do. Y'all gossip. Okay, I'm okay with that. That's what y'all do. Like even my wife, she be wanting to tell me stuff. I'll be listening, but I don't be listening. You know, she know that. I let her vent. But I'm not about to be saying, "Hey, babe, guess what happened?" And nah, man, that shit weird. We problem solvers. We ain't complainers. That's what we supposed to be as men. We supposed to solve shit. We logical creatures, remember? And if you're not, then your system is malfunctioning. Your shit fucked up. That's just what it is.
Mm.
It's on the community wall, Ash Hero. It's on the
Let
community
me
wall.
ask you. Let me ask you this now. Do you feel like it's some men out there that's like, you know what? Bump this. I don't want to be a man. It's too much work to be a man. Let me
It's
just
easy to
dress
be a
up.
female. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You see it. I mean, it's not easy being a
Because I
man.
know I couldn't. Ain't no way I talk about forget that. Let me be a man. Cause I'm not fit to start paying for somebody else. You know, that period.
Kenny,
I'm just not. Let me stay in a woman's place. And for the studs out here that be like paying bills and taking control and like trying to do, shout out to y'all.
man,
Cause I wouldn't
that's a
do
whole nother
it.
story. That's a horse of a different color right there. But yeah, ask you the link because we're in a portrait mode, but the link is on the community wall. You can go to the page, go to the community. It's the last post I made. You can find a link for to StreamYard there if anybody want to hit the panel. Ask Hero,
Hey, how are you?
what up though?
Hi. How's everyone?
We doing
Hey,
good, sis. We doing good.
women don't create life, they support it. How we don't create?
What is you reading? It takes two to tango someone.
Word, what
Baby.
up, though?
What up though, Liz B?
Tay Eats, what's good, sis?
Hey, who's that? That's Liz. What up?
Yo, what's up?
Oh,
So,
wow. You came up, Liz.
I
oh,
had
Liz,
to.
Liz hit the
Liz
panel all
ain't
the
hit the
time.
link in a minute, bro.
I know, I had to.
I'm gonna say this: the last time Liz had hit the link, we had to put it on private. We was talking about ketchup packages.
Right. That was a long time
uh,
ago.
I'm gonna be good
What?
tonight, Liz. Matter of fact, I'm turning my camera off to watch.
What's going on with y'all?
Oh man. Oh, we just wrapping. I'm gonna let
Wow.
y'all ladies run the flow for a minute. I
All
gotta go
right.
grab something.
Tay Eats, what's going on, sis? I miss you.
I miss you too, Liz.
Where you been?
I know, man. I'm coming back. I didn't drop like what 2 videos. So I'm
I
back. I'm
knows I
coming
had to
back.
rewatch them. I'm like, where the hell Tay Eats been?
Yeah, I've been gone. I've been gone. I had to take a little break.
Understandable.
Yeah,
Understandable.
yeah. I'm gonna be over there to check you out though, for sure.
Oh, you cool. I've been chilling. You know, I gotta check on my fam every now and then.
For sure. How that wrist?
I'm good. I got released. Even
Oh,
though I ain't
okay.
followed the doctor's orders for the 6 weeks, but I got released.
Terrible ass. You just hard headed. That's your problem.
That is my problem. I don't listen. But I did get released, so I'm good.
That's good.
Yeah. Oh, how you and a fam been?
Good. I
That's
had to tell you, but yeah, we good. My well, I mean, we been okay. I had my brother. He had passed away a few months ago, so I'm
oh,
just been dealing with that.
I'm sorry. I know that's hard.
hmm It's all good.
I know that's hard.
Sorry to hear that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm back. My
But
bad.
what you
What
was gonna
happened?
say, Ash Kiro? You came up here.
Yeah, I didn't know if you guys could hear me or not. I wasn't sure if the mic was working. I was trying to figure
Yeah,
that
we
one
can
out.
hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to join in the conversation about the whole competition thing. Because I really do feel like men are like there are some men that are literally just competing with women for men's attention. And you're like, what?
Speak on it. Speak on it.
I'm like, yo, like, what's going on here? Like, they
Speak
want to
on it.
be, they want, like, okay. I don't think it's like a major issue yet, but I think like you see bits of it in society. But it's like they want men to speak to them the way men speak to women, like how men are a little bit
Yes.
softer to women, a little bit more
Absolutely.
gentle, and it's like they get angry at you, and I don't really know why they get like. I know they're competing, but I don't really understand what then like what the point is.
They in denial.
Mm.
And they be extravagant. I don't want to say extravagant, but I feel like they do the most, like their gestures and everything. And I just be
Mhm.
like, chill, bro.
They
Chill.
in denial of what they really want or who they want it from.
But
So
I'm
do
gonna
you?
say this. I'm gonna say this to keep the conversation flowing. We will call them boys, all right? Because I gotta put some respect on all the men out here who really out here
Man,
being mad. You know,
nah.
it's some men out here really handling business and taking care of business, and we don't get enough. We get outshadowed by these people y'all describing, and they boys. You know, we get outshadowed by them because we putting in the work. You know, we
Yeah.
out here being the examples and everything. I'm out here changing tires with one eye, and dudes
Yeah.
can't even jack up a
I
car.
mean, it's a
So
lot of y'all out here. Or what?
yeah,
But
we out here. We just get overshadowed. You
it's
know,
also a lot of y'all out here that's confused.
That's not us. Those the boys. I'm
They
trying to help
or, or
y'all.
or
I'm
just
trying to
but
help
guys.
y'all.
I'm just
them
gonna put
boys is
guys.
outnumbering the men.
And I can agree with that. I would even agree with that. I would agree with that because you have to develop that, being a man. That's like a rite of passage, man. You
I
just
think,
can't get out of the way. My bad. Go ahead, SJ.
Ultimately, it's the government creating a distraction for everybody.
yep. I think it's the whole breakdown of community. You know what? It
Mhm.
started off here with the breakdown of the breakdown of the community started off by the breakdown of the extended family,
Mhm.
right? And
Yep.
then I think that went to like the breakdown of like the family, and now like you've just got individuals, and yeah, like it's just yeah. I think the agenda is people won't be able to work together.
Mhm. It's the
So
government.
yeah, so
And I'm
they can't ever rise up against the government because they can't if they're too busy bickering. I just think it's easier to break, not easier. I think it's more effective if you break down the men, because emotional men are the most dangerous men.
mm-hmm,
Right.
mm-hmm.
Emotional women
Oh,
aren't that
Right.
dangerous. You have to think about it.
Right.
They're not that dangerous compared to men. What
Right.
am I if I start screaming and shouting, to some people it's going to be comical because of how I sound, right? And if a man starts screaming and shouting, that bass, that's like a worry. Like you're like
oh, he
he
ready to
might break
tear up
something.
something.
Not every man got bass in their voice though.
That's like a lion roaring. What up, Rooted? Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. It's like a lion roaring when a
Mhm.
man screaming. That's what I'm saying. But you got a lot of pussycats out here just yelling and screaming for no reason.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got those. But I'm gonna say this too. That's why what we doing over here, we building a nine. This is a tribe. You know, we got some men over here that's good examples. Bring y'all sons over here to learn from some real men. If y'all need me to
Mhm.
show how to change a tire, I'll make a video. I ain't got no problem. I teach them how to tie ties. I don't do neckties because that's a sign of submission. I do bow ties. I teach son how to tie a bow tie. Bring the young men over here so we can groom and
Wait,
and teach them how to
what?
come
I've
up.
never heard
What?
that
Wait,
before.
wait. Regular
Yeah,
necktie
where you getting this from?
Neckties or
neckties of
Neckties.
submission?
submission?
Look, man. See, look. Let me show y'all something. A lot of this stuff was created by the Mason. Neckties. That's if you go to a what do they call it? A tuxedo. You know, that's the most debonair suit you can wear. Tuxedos don't come with neckties. They come with bow
They
ties.
come bow ties.
The bow ties show the intelligence of a man, but the heart of a human. Like a heart, it separates the intellect and the feelings and emotion. It shows duality. The necktie is like the chain, right? It's to show obedience. That's why when you go to court, you wear a necktie. You don't wear a bow tie to court, or so they say. Law of the sea. You know, you don't wear a bow tie. You wear a necktie. But when Moors go in, what they do, they put that bow tie on.
Mhm.
If you watch a Moore go to court, you'll notice he put the bow tie on. He do that for a reason.
You need to recommend some books to me.
Never knew that.
Oh yeah, now see you will find that in Mason teaching and occult teaching. The significance, but it's the representation of the Sphinx bow tie. It personifies the representation of a Sphinx. Yeah, that's why I never put a necktie on. We rock bow ties.
Okay.
And I don't put no clip-ons. We don't do clip-ons over here. You need to learn how to do a bow tie. I won't buy one
Word
if you
got me
clip
putting
on.
neckties on my kids.
Take them neckties off.
You know, I wrote in the chat, in the UK, like we all learn how to do a tie when we're like 12, when we start our version of high school. So our middle school and high school is put into one. We don't separate them. So when you start the 7th grade, the school uniforms, like across the whole country, we wear school uniforms. So both the boys and the girls wear ties, and we all have to learn how to tie a tie. So when I hear like Americans talking about, you know, you need someone to teach your son how to do a tie, I'm like, yeah, but anyone can learn that. I'm like, we learned that. Like the first like probably couple of days, like you're like my dad had to like do it for me to show me how to do it, and then after that, you quickly do it yourself.
Yeah, but some people don't know how to tie them regular ties.
Yeah, it's some people who never had an experience where they had to put a tie on, or they just bought clip-ons. You know, over here, you know, that's how America is. They don't teach you to be, they don't teach you etiquette. Like the high school I started in was a good high school. If you look up Cass Tech in Michigan, it's like a influential high school. We had my freshman year, I had an etiquette class. Like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
And I'm like, oh man, they were taking us to nice restaurants, teaching us how to eat. I'm like, oh shit, they prepping you for something special, boy.
Right, you learned a lot.
You went. It sounds like you went to a nice little suburban.
Well, no, you had to pass a test to get in that school. You had to pass. You had to take a test to even get accepted into the school. But it was downtown Detroit. It's still downtown Detroit.
Don't be fooled by the accent. Like the only thing that's like that we get taught is how to tie a tie, but they don't teach us any etiquette classes. Like I went to a school in like the hood, and they'll just fight all the time. It was just a lot of problems at that school, and yeah, just because that's like a rule across the whole country. That you just like that's like everyone has to wear a school uniform, and part of that school uniform is like I don't know what you guys dress shoes. I think you guys call them dress shoes. We just call them just black shoes. So dress shoes. Girls wear skirts, or they can wear pants as well. We call them trousers. A button-up shirt, a tie, and then a blazer. So yeah. So basically, you've got like a bunch of little kids looking like basically they're wearing suits to school.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I didn't agree with that, but now that I'm older, I think that's kind of dope. Because it instills a certain look. It makes people feel okay. Because I know, like people from the hood who never put a suit on and felt so uncomfortable at an older age to put a suit on, and it's like they just rather wear a polo shirt, you know. And I'm like, no, man, we got to rock a suit, like
just now.
I had people stand up.
Sorry, go on.
I had a friend didn't want to stand up in my wedding because he had to put a suit on, and I'm looking like, oh, brother.
Right.
What?
Never put a suit on. 30 years old, over 30, never put a suit on.
And he didn't want to stand up. Well, it's not that deep. Sorry. To me, it doesn't sound. I guess because I grew up with it, it's different for us. But the point of the school uniform is it makes everyone equal. Because you know, like then you don't like kids can't be made fun of for their clothes because everyone has to wear the same clothes.
Right.
So I think that's the good thing about it, because they do that in a lot of countries around the world. Kids wear uniforms. Like they do it in the Caribbean. I know that for sure. And they do it in parts of Asia and Africa as well.
Ask Hero, how are the men in the UK? Do you feel like they're masculine?
Which men? Which are you talking about? Black men?
She said which man?
Let's talk about black men first.
Men in
Uh,
general.
Yeah, I think black men are more masculine than the other races. Yeah, I would say that in the UK. Yeah. The UK is a lot more like reserved, like in the way people like speak and deal with things. But yeah, I think in comparison to like to other groups, they are more masculine. But I don't know. I can't really. I don't know if I could compare them to like America, because I've only visited America once.
Okay.
And I have a couple of American friends, but I met them when they came to the UK.
Okay.
So yeah. But I'm not going to base it on what I see online. Like what I see online is just crazy. Like I'm not going to base. Like,
it's not a good representation. So
it's a
thank
terrible.
you.
Yeah, crazy as hell.
I have to check myself mentally. Like I have to mentally. I was like, this is not the black community in America. This is just a small group of people on the internet. I have to mentally check myself. Like, do not allow this to go into your subconscious, because you've been to America, you've met people from America. You know this isn't like the representation. You just know this is the fringe.
Right.
Blue Lotus, where you see her question? I think that's a good one.
I gotta scroll
Got it
up.
highlighted.
Oh, okay. Let me flip the coin. When can a man be sensitive to a situation? And that's the thing
That
about
question.
that's the thing about being a man, is understanding when to utilize something and when not to. Like with me, I have to be sensitive to my kids. I have to be sensitive to my wife. I didn't know how to do that at first. Man, we have to find balance. We have to, like when we say protect and provide, that's protecting and providing. If we have to be sensitive to a situation, and it's necessary, we have to be able to evaluate that, and we have to teach that, because it wasn't taught to me. I just thought I had to be hard all the time, and it's like, no, you can't. And it took a while for me to understand that, but I understood it before I had kids, but I never thought it was necessary, because even if you think about the old school men, right, they let the women handle the kids, and they ain't really get involved unless they had the discipline or something. That wasn't the right way to do it.
Yeah.
That wasn't the right way.
I
So
don't know.
recognizing that and understanding that, it is times where, man, we have to be sensitive or understanding. If you can't get to the sensitive word, just use understanding. Because it's times, especially dealing with emotional creatures like females, you have to be
Don't call us
understanding.
emotional. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, what up?
Right.
Cause y'all just as emotional as we is. Y'all just try to hide it.
I say it like this: we don't know how to express emotion. We don't
But
know
y'all
how
just
and
as
when to.
emotional as we are. Don't try to hide it.
I think
No, but I wouldn't say that, man. I'm a bit of a different case, man.
I would think. I mean, for examples given, I mean, I've seen men be way more emotional than females would be. Um,
Appreciate your riders.
you know, what happened to Ryder?
I think she said she was gonna step down for a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she just wrote in
I'm
the
still
yeah.
here
She wrote that
listening.
she'll be back.
Oh, cool, sis. Cool. Hold on. We had who else stepped down? Riders and
I think Alpha.
Commander.
I
Riders
forgot
and
that.
Commander. Yeah,
Yeah,
Riders and Commander.
I thought that was a guy the whole time in the chat. This is the first person. It's the first time I heard her talk on the panel.
Yeah, I think when people see Commander, they automatically think
Alpha
guy.
Commander.
Yeah, but then and then I didn't look at her. Did Liz fall off too?
No, she's still here. No, oh, she's gone. Liz is gone too.
I don't know what happened, Liz.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know StreamYard kicked me off earlier. I think it booted Commander earlier because she popped back up without me hitting the button, like to let her back up. She just popped back up. You know how it glitch sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So what about men who say they have it hard? Do you feel like men have it hard?
Hell
Nope.
yeah, we got it hard.
Nope.
Hell yeah, man, we got it hard. I ain't gonna say my struggle is harder than nobody else's, but think about this. I gotta be a man and convince people I'm not like the man they used to. Is that not hard
No.
itself? It's
Okay. I've changed my mind. I think like the last like few years, and just also my experience in life, right? I think like the old school way, there was a reason for it. There was wisdom in it, because I'm like, they just like, if you coddle the guys, when they end up complaining, it's like a floodgate.
mm-hmm.
And I feel like no, like it's not. I feel like for women, it's like when they complain, they have something in them where they can manage it better. But I don't feel like men were built to complain the way women complain. So then when they do it, they become defeated.
I'm gonna
And
tell
it's
you this.
What is
Oh, I'm
hard for
sorry.
y'all? What makes it hard?
What you mean? What is hard for us?
Like you say, y'all have it hard. How do y'all have it hard? Cause I'm just trying to
I don't
understand. Cause
know.
I'm a
Like
woman. I don't know.
everything is hard about being a man, especially in today's society. I'm not even gonna add the melanated element to it, but just being a man, living up to that, providing and protecting. That's
But
not
why is that
easy.
harder than any previous generation? Why, why is it that the previous generation? Because I'm looking back. If I look back in time, you had, or you look at like third world countries, they have it so hard, but it's like they're able to like endure more without being
But that's
defeated.
what. But that's what I'm saying. That's the thing about men. Like I'm not like even like Tay know me. Like Tay talk to me. You don't hear me complain. Even when I'm having fucked up days, I still get up and make shit happen. It's
Mm-hmm.
like I'm as a man, I'm logical. I'm a problem solver. So if it's a problem, I ain't got time to complain. I'm gonna just make it do what it do. But that's not easy, because everything around you, like it's times I don't get the vent. I don't get to, say, "Oh, I'm having a bad day." No, I don't have time for that. I got to make shit happen. That's what I'm saying. Being a man, I'm not talking about these boys, but being a man, it's hard as hell. Like when you protect them, you got to develop the skills to be able to protect and provide. First, that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? That's some rigorous ass work. And my wife, if something go wrong in the house, my wife ain't got to call nobody. I go fix it. But it took years for me to learn how to do this stuff. I had to put the work in. If her car mess up, I can go fix it. But it took years for me to learn how to do that. If we need the bills paid, we need something. If I'm working or not, I make it happen. I go get the money. I got to
If
hustle and not no bad illegal stuff, but I can consult. I got so many different skills and trades under my belt that I'm gonna generate income regardless. My wife can depend on me. So
question, if Tay didn't ask you that question, would you even be telling people this?
nope,
Like,
I
okay,
don't need
I
to.
get, I get
Nope,
it, I get it,
nope,
I get it.
nope. I don't even need to. It's just I do it.
Yeah,
But everybody ain't built like that. That's that throwback old school. These new dudes, like I said, they just want to go get money and money go take care of everything. Okay, people like me go take your money, and people like me, if I'm single, I'm gonna take your girl too. Y'all lucky I'm married, man. I'll be around here taking all y'all girls because y'all can't do for what I can.
you know what?
That's
Yeah,
what.
sometimes I think things are so bad when there are moments when I look at certain people and I'm thinking of man, like I think I'm more masculine than you, and that's a really bad. Like in terms of the way I deal with things, I'm like that's a really bad state to be in. Like if I can deal with things or look at things more logically and know when to walk away from certain things and how to manage things, like yeah, I'm just like that's a really bad look if I come across more masculine than you, like I'm more emotionally composed than you. That's a really bad look for a guy.
I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
who sacrificed more masculinity, and even that, I would have to say that's as a whole. Honestly, I don't know.
I think
I
it's
would think you have to look at individual. I would say that's on the individual case study. I would say both, but who do it more? I don't know. I'd probably say women because a man ain't about to sacrifice no masculinity. I don't need to. That's what I am. But in men, in my opinion, man converting over, um, like if I got to take care of my kids, that's what fathers do. So I can't create life. I can't bear children. I can clean up the house and stuff. That's okay. That's not. I'm providing still. I'm providing a clean home. So whatever has to get done as a man, I'm gonna do it. It's like when they say women clean, men cook. If I need to eat, guess what? I'm gonna cook.
Mm-hmm.
That's how grandma built me. She told me when I was young, the only thing you ever need a woman for is to make kids. I didn't know what the hell she meant, but she taught me how to do everything: cook, clean, sew. Like she made a super ninja. Shout out to my grandmama, man. She made a super ninja. She made sure
that's
I
a
ain't need nothing from
that's a
nobody.
good saying right there. That's a really good way to like. Yeah, I like that saying.
Self-efficient. I'm not an independent person. I'm self-efficient. I can definitely take care of myself, but I'm not
I've come
independent. I can be compatible and work with people, but I can do it by myself too.
I've come across guys that can't cook for themselves at all. And I just
Heck,
look at them like how like I don't know how you're I kind of look at them as useless. I'm like, so if there was ever a crisis, you wouldn't be able to cook. Like if I had a family with you and the kids were hungry and I was really, really, really ill, you wouldn't be able to provide. You would have to get a takeaway. Like, and you're like, if you
no,
can't cook,
no.
I don't think they can clean. That's how
Okay.
I see it.
Oh wow.
That's how I see it. If they can't cook,
Mm,
I doubt they can clean.
Now the only thing I can do is basically I can clean stuff, so I can vacuum, I can iron, I can do that. The mom taught me all that. But the only thing I can't do at the moment is use the stove and cook. I can use the oven though for certain things, or I could air fry food. But other than that though, I can't cook everything though. My
That,
brother can do
that's
that,
still,
and he's 17.
but that's still cooking. Like I'm talking about,
No,
like
eh?
they can't cook. They can't cook one meal,
Wow.
and they can't. Yeah, and I'm just like, it's they've grown up with their sisters, and they've grown up in households where their sisters have always been told to cook and clean, so they never had to.
Yeah, but the thing with my mom though, she don't really, she just wants all her kids to basically do everything else, not just her do everything. So basically, when she says help, we all help.
And I just want to say this too. We're gonna have on this series. This is episode 1. We're gonna have some good conversations, but I'm gonna push y'all. I'm gonna challenge people. So I don't want y'all to get mad because all this is for education purposes. I'm just here to make you think, like Dane Calloway said. They've been telling you left. I'm trying to tell you right. That's what I said, right? So that's what we gonna do. So we're gonna have some crazy conversations, and one of them, um, I'm gonna call out the independent women. I want to debate them.
I think that's an
Mm,
agenda. Like I said earlier, it's to make sure that people can't work together. You get the men
Mhm.
emotional, and you get the women to be super independent and feel drained and exhausted, and then be resentful that they have to do things by themselves. And then you get the men so emotional that they can't even think logically and find a solution. And then those groups can't work together.
Mm-mm.
They
oh,
can't build, they can't take on the power structures. And if a man and woman can't come together to work together, then community overall can't come together and work together. Like it's breaking down teamwork completely.
Man, I am so sick of this damn gender war thing. Like men and women banging on one another. Like, let that shit go, man. Like you said, that's all. Look, man, that's what they want y'all to do, and y'all
Yep.
doing it. Y'all falling right into it because we can't work together. You know how much we can accomplish. That's why I love when the women hit the panel and give me a female perspective on something. Because guess what? I'm only, even though I'm in tune with my emotions and all that, I got emotional intelligence. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still a man. I'm breaking things down logically. We need a
Mhm.
female perspective so we can understand the other aspect of it. That's why, even with this conversation about masculinity, what do the females think masculinity? What do they see as masculine? So we can get a better understanding because a lot of these dudes just think because I can yell and scream and I can threaten
I
people,
think.
that shit's soft.
Mhm. Yeah,
You-
I agree though, but also to me, those men doing the gender war thing, I kind of despise those men anyway. You know, the way they speak to the ladies like that, and also the way they speak to other guys like that, I don't like them though. Because then if they can do it to women like that, they can do it to other guys, and I despise that.
I am, to me, those, see, I've always seen it this way, and I think it's because, like, my dad and my uncles and my older cousins have always been my example, right? I've never seen them flipping out and screaming and shouting unless there's something serious going on. And when that has happened, it's been so serious, right? That it's something like major. I think I've only ever seen it like twice, maybe, right? I don't think I've ever seen my uncles really flip out. So when I see these guys screaming and shouting, I think like the because I've grown up with like good examples of men,
Mhm.
my reaction is to start thinking logically and just take a step back and analyze what is going on.
Yeah,
Because I'm like, this ain't natural.
but
This ain't natural.
you know what? Even when I'm upset, you might hear my voice get a little deeper. But I ain't about to be. If I yell and scream at my kids because they about to do something that can hurt themselves, that's the only time I'm raising
Those
my
are
voice.
kids, though. Who
You know,
hasn't shouted at their kids? The amount of
right?
times my dad has shouted at his kids, like
But people,
that's just normal.
but people actually like, you know what? And if the shoe fit, wear it. I really don't give a flying fuck. But it's people on this internet. They think that make them tough. They can yell, they can scream, they just loud. Like I'm violating you. Like what? Who the hell says some shit like that? You violating somebody with words. Like, nah, bro, I ain't built like that because if we was face to face and you got to talking like that, I promise you, you'll wake up and ask what happened.
But have you
That's
not
the
noticed that
reality.
Mhm.
when a man pushes back,
Now wake up.
they go quiet. They go, they go quiet.
Yeah, wait, you're kind of surprised when my dad basically dealt someone for me and he didn't have to cuss one bit, though. You know, my dad, no, he didn't have to cuss. The way he
What did
actually
you say?
articulated, no, I said
What
my
did you
dad,
say,
though.
Riaz?
I said, though, Ashkir, basically one time my dad had to step in online and had to help me with something. And basically he
Wow.
articulated a situation for me. And basically he didn't have to say one cuss word.
Oh man, I wish I had my soundboard. Shout out to Pops, man.
Wow. Did this happen on your live, Riaz?
Nah, but it happened. It
No, I
was a
didn't,
real
though. It was
thing.
like last year, basically.
It was a real thing, man. That jump was crazy. I
No,
was
He
it
like,
was
was
actually
sent it was.
it was last year
man,
when I was in
it
too
was
much
a
trouble. Basically, that
man.
time. That time I
And
was in too much trouble. He had to step in. I didn't want him to, but he just
ask you,
decided to take the initiative.
he got a proper look. I'm sorry, he got that proper UK
Yeah,
accent,
accent. And he was
and when
going the
you
Yeah,
distance. I'm sure he
it,
was. He was
yeah.
actually
his
trying to
Because
teach
the
you
words
thing
well.
is, though,
and his
my dad was born here. Though he was born in the UK,
and
and he actually was
his,
raised with that accent. Me, I was taken in and out the country, so I didn't really get the proper accent yet. I had to learn it though.
but no, this is what I'm saying. His vernacular is exquisite. I appreciated his sentence structure and everything. I was like, this is a work of art. Like how I learned some things that night. I'm looking like, man, bro, that's how you touch somebody's soul. Like,
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
that's why I couldn't stop laughing. My bad, I didn't mean to laugh. I
I
actually
mean,
thought my mic was
No, it's
I
muted.
okay.
find
It's
it so
kind of
funny
funny to
that
be.
Ria said he took the initiative. That's good that your dad took you out of a situation. I can't even believe that you you were around it for so long, Riaz. But
I know, but
Rhea
it's
still
a
be dipping his
learn.
toes
To
in the
be
water.
honest, Ashkira, I kind of live and learn anyway. Probably once I got free, I pretty much already learned how to deal with that. But now I know what to do. I'm better than that.
Yeah, you still be dipping your toe in the water though. I see
No, but I mean, at least dipping is
you.
different, man. Okay,
It's
I'll admit it.
different. Yeah, but
No,
you,
oh
you
Dipping
my
I know
toe,
it's
he be
different.
all in the Kool-Aid. He be all up in
yeah.
there.
Yeah,
What you
I'll be
mean?
there, but doesn't mean I'm participating though. I'm a bit
You
different though, and the way
participate, you in the comments, you in the live talking.
You on the
yeah,
thumbnails.
but that
That's
doesn't mean
no,
And
yeah.
yes, and you're on thumbnails too.
And like, oh, is he in the thumbnails? Really?
Yep,
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
you're on
not even.
thumbnails.
It's not this. It's not the sector we come from though. It's a different sector.
How many
I see
sectors
you,
are you in,
Riaz.
Rhea?
I see you in them
this
sectors.
is many actually. I've been everywhere now. Basically, I've expanded way too far.
You better
I've
chill.
been everywhere, man. I've been
Hey,
everywhere.
Oh
you
my
better
god.
chill, buddy. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes it's best not to type and just listen.
Rhea is
Oh,
a no limit soldier. Thought I told you, no limit soldier.
hey, can I ask what sector you came from? Am I allowed to ask that, or is it no?
Oh, me?
No, Tay. I know you from what
Oh,
I
sector?
came from
yeah.
the 9% sector.
Lisa J.
Wait, but okay, I'd be in the
Nah, but
comments,
I
but
really
that's a
didn't come from
different
a
case to
sector.
me.
Hold on, Rhea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
What do you
really ain't
say?
come from a like how everybody came from a sector. Da, da, da. I didn't get what
Mm-hmm.
in those situations or whatever.
She do mukbang, so she was like content creating and kind of supporting, people who supported her. So like it's a lot of people like you see Blue Lotus, she comes from the craft and gardening section.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa J Stocks comes from the financial. So like when I got more or less away from, that sector,
Yeah.
and I started meeting new people. Liz B introduced me to a lot of these. I found a lot of these people in my chat through Liz B. It was either directly through her or she hooked me up with somebody who I met them through. So without Liz B, I wouldn't even know all the different sectors. Honestly, I didn't know nothing
Liz.
about sectors until I got linked up with Sis. So I appreciate you, Liz. You already know. Um,
You're a
So,
real one.
I mean,
mhm, yeah,
I'm pretty much like not really watching YouTube other than like the news. The news is the only thing I really watch. Um, and yeah, and then whenever I can catch your live, it's the morning our time. So if I wake up early enough, then I'll catch your live. And
yeah.
yeah, I like the
Wait,
environment built here.
What sector you come from?
The same one the word came from, and
yeah,
that was a long time ago.
yeah.
wait. I probably say I was kind of there, but I was not really confined anywhere. I was both in and out. I came from somewhere else, though, kind of similar place, but I came from that guy, and that guy kind of introduced me to this place. So I was just like, okay, why not just, you know? I
Hmm.
was just like, okay. But before though, that time, long time ago, I wasn't really that much typing in chat. Long time ago. I was into that though. I was just basically typing sometimes and not like that. Later, I just decided since I got too comfortable, why not keep doing that?
Let
Until your
me
dad
ask
had
you.
to intervene and put an end to all of it.
And let me ask you this question, Riaz. What made you start hitting panels?
I was kind of made to though anyway. And then I decided though, why not just go for it? I just went for the initiative though. Because I was
Was
just
it?
kind
What
Will
do you
you
of.
mean?
say you was because what you was typing in the chats?
No, boss. So that same person just wanted me to do it. So they just wanted to ask me stuff. So I was just like, you know what? If I just go for it, I just went for it.
Do you realize you be in messy sectors where they be
No,
talking about people? Do you realize that?
I probably do, but now I'm pretty much kind of getting away from that. I'm not there as much anymore.
I mean, nothing wrong with being, I mean, nothing really wrong with being in a messy sector, right? When they talking about somebody, but why be in the chat? Like, why drop down? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. For me, When people talk about people, I'm not gonna drop down in the chat majority of the time unless I just know everything that's going on. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But you be in there, you be dropping down in the chat, speaking to everybody, talking. I be seeing you. Listen, I be in the same sector you be in. You think I don't see you, but I see you. I be seeing you in there.
Yeah, I noticed. I figured though, but I just like, that same sector, that place that you're telling as well. I just go there though, because I actually enjoy it. And also, I like that person though. I just like the content as well. And I like the people there anyway, the way they treat me in that T sector, though, the people that I hang
Bro,
out with there, the T sector, the people that hang out there, I like how they treated me and I like their content also. And the way they support each other, I like that. And they support me. So I just go there.
But
what
look,
is your?
Word said he was gonna talk. I'm sorry, go,
No, I was
Ashkiro.
going to ask you what does your dad think about that? The fact that you're still kind of going into different sectors and going on
Good
panels and stuff.
question.
Well, I think he kind of backed off now. He kind of just let me do what I want to do now. He's just okay. He's just like, okay. He's kind
No,
of,
but if he found out after he just came up on the panel and defended you, and now he find out you're still doing what you're doing, what do you think he would say?
I think now they're
Would
just
he
gonna
be
probably,
happy?
I would be happy though, but at the same time, it's just probably got to the stage where it's just gonna let me figure things out for myself. And I haven't really gotten into trouble because I've actually found a way not to get in trouble for. And I don't really hit them panels no more. I only just, not like hit it, but I don't really go there and go on their panels no more. I
Do you,
just basically kind of stopped that. I just kind of moved out. So they
do you
already know.
do you think it's because, sorry to cut you off, Riaz, do you think it's because your dad just can't, he doesn't have the time or the energy to keep on checking up on you?
Yeah, he don't really have the time or the energy to do that. And also, he's kind of like, I'm already like old enough. I've gotten to the stage where I'm kind of old enough to manage myself. And slowly, he got to a stage where he'll just kind of, slowly back away because he's also teaching me a lesson. He's not always going to be there to protect me. So I got to learn to protect myself.
Or isn't part of protecting yourself also avoiding the situation that you know is going to cause a problem?
Mm, yeah, I guess so. But
So you haven't
living,
really learned anything then.
I don't know. I've kind of learned stuff, but I just
Like
do it
what?
different.
No, he
Like
ain't
what?
learned. Like Word said, Word was gonna have a lie on that too about
Okay, but
people.
the learn that I don't know, man. I can't answer that.
You
I
not
don't
in the
think you.
what?
I don't know if you really like. Your dad probably told you next time he's not going to be here to help you, and you're going to have to learn the hard way. And I don't think you really fully grasped that yet. Like he's basically he's telling you that the next time you're on your own, but you're basically saying there's going to be a next time instead of making sure and avoiding there being a next time.
Exactly my thoughts.
Oh, I thought my mic wasn't working for a second.
We actually was gonna discuss something like that. Actually, Word, we talked about that not too long ago. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
about how people be going over to different sectors, but they be claiming they want peace and all this and that. How you want peace and you going over to the sectors and stuff,
That's a very good point,
But
Tay. You
I
brought up a
mean,
very good point.
I ain't gonna lie. Do I be? Sometimes I do. I be in there sometimes, just listening, but I ain't gonna drop down. You ain't gonna you ain't gonna see me in the comments.
Hey, you know what? Where Gary at? I got a question for Gary and Realist, both of them in the chat. Damn, I forgot the question. I was just thinking of it when I was. Hold on, give me a minute. I think of it.
Mm-hmm. I see
Um,
We were
Gary's
just
comment.
talking about that Word.
what? Me losing my mind?
No, about different sectors. Remember, you said you was.
Oh yeah, I was about to do a show about that too. That's what this show was about to be about. But I want to talk to masculinity because these cotton candy ninjas out here, man. I'm just, man. You know what? You know what make me more tired? And maybe this is what it takes. Maybe it takes motherfuckers like me to get sick of being compared to these motherfuckers and say some shit because I'm ready to start cutting into people because this shit is annoying. Y'all keep confusing and comparing. Like at first it's like, okay, that's not me, that's not me. But it's a realist, am I correct? Ain't it annoying getting compared to these mofos? Like, nah, I'm an example. Fuck them. Look at me. If they ain't doing what I'm doing, fuck them. They ain't worth it. Nah, I'm saying that. They can kiss my ass. Excuse my French, y'all. I'm just a little tired.
What are you talking about? In what way? Like, I'm an example. Like, look at me. Like, what do you mean?
As
Like,
in, he's
Like
a man and they're
if they ain't
boys.
conducting themselves as such or similar, then they ain't worth shit. Don't give them a time of day. Don't waste your time. Cause you're gonna be disappointed. Because if motherfuckers can't provide or produce, then what you need them for?
okay, I'm trying to understand because, like, in your case, you're married. So, you still feel some type of way because women still feel like you're not a man? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I don't
I'm
care.
trying to.
But like, no, I don't care what women feel like, as far as me individually, not a man, but having these discussions, and it's like I can have it, but it's not fair to people like Gary. It's not fair to people like Realist because I think they stand on business. You know, so like, is men out here who not married yet? They got to deal with the shit I don't have to. So I'm gonna be a voice for them too, you know, because there are some good men out here, and that's what happens is these fuck boys overshadow the good people taking, you know, handling, taking care of business.
Mhm. I mean, I agree. I feel like it is some good men out here, but yeah, it's a lot of fuck shit going on. So, as a woman, it's too much of that, and so when she get with somebody, of course you have to examine. You have to see what type of what type of guy this person is. But
Hmm.
yeah, I think that comes with judging, being a good good judge of character.
And what was I about to ask Gary? I wanted him to hit the panel. I had it in my head till I start talking.
Come on up, man. I'll get down. I'll drop down.
No, stay up.
They say y'all
I
scared of her.
I like to. I like
You know,
arguing with
they
him.
be scared of me, so I gotta drop down. I gotta
Tay,
let other people come up, you know.
Tay is
What
my
do you be
evil
doing
twin,
though?
and I'm her evil twin. We are each other evil twin. That's the sis for real, man.
They hate me for some reason, but the thing is with me, I like people that I know how they're gonna be. You know what I mean? I don't like wishy washy people I can't get, like stuff like that. But I like a upfront person that say, I'm very upfront and I say certain things. So some people don't like that. They get scared of that and they run from that. I like that
You
because
like
now
it when they run from you.
no, I don't like when they run.
Okay.
I mean, look, do what you do. You want to run, run. But I like a upfront person. What y'all laughing at?
Anti says, I'm so glad I don't date men. I don't know why that was so funny.
No, I'm cool with Spencer and get 22, man. I've never
Anti,
actually
like,
dated. I've
yeah,
never
dude, none of
dated
that
in my
shit.
life.
Oh, you got time. Don't worry, Riaz.
No, I know. I know it's my favorite, so nah, is
You
this
gonna make
strange
me
as
get
well?
petty.
One time though, this is what I found weird though. One time actually, when I think though the girls who were my friends when I was like a teenager, when I was 18 or something, what I found out basically, I did comment on girls' pictures who were my friends though, but then at the same time, one time I told a girl she was my wife. I
At
told her she was
18.
my wife. Is that weird though?
Were you
Mister,
joking though? People say it all the time as a joke.
No, I wouldn't say just a joke. They mutually agreed, though. They were mutually doing that with me. They had no problem with me flirting with them.
Mr. 33 himself, Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown, what up, now?
I was So up here.
Let me drop down, y'all.
Nah, you stay up
Why?
here. Matter of fact,
What you
hold on.
dropping down for?
Let me be petty.
I don't want to, you know.
No, no. What? Okay, good.
Wow, you gonna
What
put him at
happened?
the top?
Gary, sorry,
Night
you
top.
Gary.
Say
Who's
that
this?
again.
I said hello.
Oh, how you doing, girl? What was
I'm
the
good.
question? Word?
So, do you think, like, as a man, right, that we have a responsibility to become an example for the ones under us? Like, is being a man, like, once you develop into manhood, is it like an innate responsibility that we have to be an example and teach?
I believe that we should,
Yeah.
but everybody have that capability or that module to lead in that capacity. Like okay, you say men should know how to do things, right? Whether it's changing the tie, whether it's tying the tie, right? You're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to give that back. You know what I mean? Like you're supposed to give that back as soon as you get understanding and know that there are people that don't understand what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you turn around and say, you know what, let me teach my 15-year-old how to do a bow tie, or let my 9-year-old go ahead and tie his shoe correctly or whatever it is. Excuse me, that's my kids.
Oh no, you good.
But you gotta have that. You gotta have that position in order to know that there are people that's in need of it. But you also must have the understanding that you gotta lead in that format. But if you don't have it, then it don't mean nothing.
And see, I think um at one point in time that we understood that and we developed into that, you know, because that's like what my uncles and my dad uh instilled into me, like, and they told me that, like, one day you gonna have to do the right thing, because not because it's right, because it's people watching you and you want them to do what's right. So sometimes it's bigger than you. My uncle told me that I was messing up, and man, I used to, like, my dad worked for the airline, but my uncle had a CEO position, so I flew for free. So I used to literally get in trouble and fly out the same day. Like, I'd be like, damn, I gotta get out of town for a minute. And my uncle was like, he pulled me to the side one day when I landed. He took me in his office and he was like, look, uh, you got to grow up. You got to become a man, not because you want to, because there's people under you watching you, and they gonna do exactly what you do, and it's your responsibility. Even if you can't do right, you got to show them how to do right. And I'm like, I'm 16. I don't really know or really care what he's saying, but when I got older, I understood. You know, that's my duty. That's a part of being a man. As being an example. We want to be kings, we want to be leaders, but are we building ourselves up to be that? And I don't think enough people are. They just want the titles. I'm a man, I'm a king. I'm like, what? Show me.
How you gonna be a king if you ain't follow nobody? How you gonna be in the lead? How do you do that? It don't add up. You
Hmm.
got to you got to be taught. But how many people want to be taught? See, this is the
Hmm.
thing. So many people are their ego gets in the way. That's why I kept saying in the chat all evening that independence can't work with a team. If you are fighting to be set free from a capacity, how you gonna work together in the same capacity? Does it make sense? There's no way in the world that's possible. I want to be liberated from a group, but be in the group. That's what independent. That's an oxymoron. That's the
Hmm.
exact meaning of independence. You're getting away from these people to be by yourself, not to get back into another situation or a group or a country or whatever the case may be. It doesn't work that way. So
And and I would say this too, playing off both realist and anti statement. I feel that too, the individual. But when you like, I believe it was Ashkiro said earlier, we fell out of the masculinity because the community start crumbling. We ain't have enough examples for the young boys to look at to develop into the men. And like, starting at home, that's your first community, your first tribe. But I realized the reason I hit live is because guess what? My kids gonna have to go out into society. What are they going out into? I can't affect everybody out into society, but I can affect my community. I can be that example. And that's not guaranteed people go look at it and accept it, but I'm doing my part by being it. So if they are looking and they do want it, it's there versus it's just not being there and they don't have it. It's like we can't save the world, right? But we can do our part. That if the world gets saved, then we all do our individual parts. That's how we go change it. One person can't do it. I can't do it alone. You know, so we got to have these discussions. And when we talk about individualism, I do believe in that. I'm individual to the nine. That's the tribe. Anything outside of the tribe, I mean, I can influence, but I'm not about to put nothing into it. I got to worry about home first, the tribe. So um, that's what we doing. That's what we building. All welcome. But we gonna make the change if people like it or not. We gonna be the example if people want to see it or not. It's go be there, and we go do it.
but see, the thing is, we put individual and independent in the same category. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not.
You could be an individual. You could be an individual in a team game, right?
Mm-hmm.
That expression, there's no I in team, but if you do your part, your team is going to work well. Everybody
Exactly.
has a part. But when you become independent, you're not on a team.
You're not
You're
on the team no more.
independent.
You're
You're
independent.
isolated. You're one
Mm-hmm.
on one. So you will never work well in a team because you're independent. An individual has a part in a team. That's why I'm saying, like, some people might say we might be doing wordplay or whatever. I'm not playing. I'm not doing that. I'm just explaining the difference between an individual and an independent, or
I mean,
one that wants independent. It's two different things.
tell them, G, this ain't fruit salad over here. This is knowledge, man. People need to understand these concepts of these words because, like you said, people put individual into independent, and it's not the same thing. Because even the team have individual positions. People play different positions, and they have an individual job to do. That predicates how well they do it is how well the team does. So me playing my role in the 9%, I'm gonna do what I do, and my colleagues go trust me to do what I do. I'm gonna trust them to do what they do, and that's how we become successful. So yeah, we can be individuals, but we not independent. We
There's a lot,
self-efficient.
there's a lot of ego in the word independent.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think it was done on purpose. I think independent always kind of had like the standalone type of meaning to the word, but I think like with just the way it got pushed through the media, right? It came with an attitude
Mm-hmm.
and it was glorified, and I think it was done and it was done by people that then they know how to work, they know teamwork, they know how to have relationships, they know how to keep their families together and build.
And I ain't trying to be funny. I just want y'all to notice something. Who came out with that independent women song?
Oh, I know who.
Destiny's Child, right?
Yeah, and
It was some
they're a
melanated
team.
Mhm.
women. It wasn't no white. You don't hear white women making songs about being independent. You don't hear
Oh,
Asian
they did.
people.
Didn't Shania Twain do it?
Mm.
Shania
I would.
Twain did it.
No, I say traditional Asian women. Yeah, I wouldn't say that nowadays. Though you got
No,
Asian women nowadays
they
in
not
the West, though,
they not
basically doing that type of
yeah
thing in America.
they not pushing that to they pushing that in the melanated community. That's
They're
being
pushing
pushed.
it in the melanated community, I think, because it was the melanated community gravitated to it a lot more because there was
They
already an
pain.
existing problem. That's how I see
But
it. There was
even
already
with
a higher rate.
Yeah, but you got Asians nowadays in America behaving like that. They don't push it; they behave like it.
I don't know. I don't be around them like that.
You don't be like them, but I see them now. I'm not random, but I
but
see
even
them.
but even with that being said, if you look at when they made that song, they was all single. Didn't somebody get married to somebody powerful?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
and
still telling
Okay,
y'all to
you're
be
right.
independent.
Never mind, my mistake.
I,
You're right.
I, I'm just saying. Didn't the,
Mm-hmm.
the the so-called leader of that group get married to somebody powerful?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay, never
what does
mind, my
that mean?
mistake. You're right.
So she don't believe what she wrote, or she
Nope.
don't believe what she's saying.
Nah.
So
And
She
that's
that's
just
what
why
I'm
made
you
money.
saying.
Out
gotta stop. Go ahead.
No, she just made money. Like even her Lemonade album, she does a Lemonade album, and then her and Jay-Z go on tour and like do like a love tour type of thing where they're going up on the stage holding hands, and it's like
Let's see. That's that. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
that's no, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right, though.
but that
Okay,
just
but
goes to
you
show
know
you that.
what, to be honest, you're right. My mistake.
Yeah, hold on, Riaz. Go
No, that's
ahead.
okay. It just goes to show you that there's so many people being misled, and there's a lot of people that's not even reading the thing correctly. Because if you go about that business and you see like, oh, you telling us to be independent, but you got married, so why are we even listening to you? You trying to make us stay single while you just disregarded everything you just told us to get married. So we're being
Mm,
I
misled by a
mean,
bunch
to
of
play
people.
devil,
Go ahead, devil's advocate.
yeah, play devil advocate real quick. I could, and I don't believe this, but maybe because when you're young, your views change. So at that time, maybe that's what it was. I'm independent, you know what I mean? And then later your views change. It's not like you're trying to force people to do it, but you get older and what you thought is not, what you thought. So
Their their dad was the manager of Destiny's Child. So Beyonce's dad was the manager of Destiny's Child, and I remember him saying in one interview that he wrote some of the songs. So it was orchestrated by the like. It was like they. I think that part of the reason why songs like that were able to be pushed was because there was an environment that was able to receive it. I don't think those types of
Mm.
songs would have worked in the 70s or the 60s, but they worked in the 90s because by the 90s you had more single parent homes, and you just had more like, yeah, you had more single parent homes. You had women that were getting married later, like that already started in the 90s. So it was like
mhm,
getting received.
And that I want to build off of what she just said because um, I was about to say they make music that people can relate to. So whether it's positive or negative, people are the music. A lot of times people associate to, and it's for various reasons. And I think the various reasons now is to draw on people's pain.
mhm,
Because if you look at like how Gary put it and how Askew put it, um, they knew what they was doing. They made the song for a reason, and she ain't even believe in it because she found love. And yeah, you're right. Anti, she is an entertainer, and guess who influenced society the most? People who entertain us.
yeah.
So At some point, I mean, yeah, you making music, but you got to be responsible for it. You got to come out when you make these things like this is just entertainment. You know, I don't believe in it. It sounds like a song you see I get married, but they pushing these agendas, and it's people, common people, uh, doing the things that they saying in these songs, and the people who making the songs don't even live like that. Even like the gangster rap.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you make it out the hood. You ain't these people living in mansions. They ain't in the hood trapping and doing all this stuff. But when people hear it, they doing it so they can relate to it. So they start living out the lyrics.
Right,
You-
all right. You know,
But
basically, it's
again,
interesting as
word.
well. You also got what you call some UK rappers. And what they do is they made it. They are rich, but they also trap in the streets. You got one guy. His name's Fredo, and you know what he does? He's rich and he's doing the music thing, and he's got his own business and a lot of stuff. But at the same time, he's also in the streets trapping like this. He's doing the in and out mentality basically like that. For him, he can't get himself out of it, and he's struggling to actually understand, that he already made it, but he can't stop it. Once he's in, he's in.
He's talking about the UK drill artist called Fredo. I think
I wouldn't
he
identify him as drill. I would more
okay.
identify him as a street artist, though. Drill
Uh,
is a bit different, though.
but isn't he's been arrested for he got caught with a whole bunch of drugs, and he says arrested.
Yeah.
He
Mm-hmm.
was dealing
I'd
drugs
also
whilst being
say as
famous.
well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Fred is in Dubai while his friend basically is in the UK arrested, and his friend is basically in the trial. He's hiding in Dubai.
what was you about to say, Tay?
I think I was gonna say, but again, though, how you know that wasn't just how she felt then at that time? Cause you keep saying, well, she got married, da, 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 so obviously she didn't feel. But do you know if that's how she felt back then? And as she
And,
got older, she just realized, look,
Um,
I don't want to be independent.
she ain't make a song saying that.
She said, Mary, put a ring on it. Then it was put a ring on it. If you like it,
And
then you
that
should have put a ring on it.
you should have. That was that we can break that down too, because that was kind of crazy too. That was almost like that
well,
Bill song. My bad. Go ahead, G.
no, it just boils down to the simple fact, right? Like we all say on this app that we are influencers. Their influences is bigger than ours, so they have to be held accountable of what they're doing, right? If if I say I'm trying to encourage people, I need to could show that I'm trying to encourage people. If Word is trying to be uh, a life coach, he has to show how he can influence somebody's life in that aspect because that's what we're putting out here. So we just can't be
Hmm.
running around and saying, well, you know, throw your hands up at me, I'm irreplaceable, and this, that, and the third, and you still standing in abusive situations. You can't say, you know what, uh, I don't want to be married. Stay independent and get married. It doesn't. No, you have to understand. You are leading millions of people. You have a whole crew named after you.
Mm-hmm.
Is
That
that not your responsibility? Even though you didn't give that your name, but now you have to understand you're an influencer. So now that you understand that you're an influencer, you have to do things in a way that it doesn't make you look negative, but positive.
and that's what we talking about. You know, responsibility too, right? Um, this society is crazy now. You know, we got people with power, but we don't hold them accountable with how they use the power. We just let them wield it and do whatever they want and accept it, and then we complain about it when it don't benefit us, instead of doing what's right and what's necessary. You know, if someone has the power to influence, they need to be able to be held accountable for how they use it, because they can cause a lot of commotion and then just say, "I'm just entertaining." You know, I mean, is that? I mean, that's just what it
I
is.
mean, it goes back to the whole community thing. Like if you look at
Yeah.
the music from the 70s and the 60s, and okay, I'm going to use Black America, like the musicians from the 60s, 50s, and 70s, their music that went like that was global even back then. And if you look at the music they made then compared to what we have now, the community wouldn't have received the music if it was like what it is now. So it all goes
And
back to the community. If you break, like, if the community isn't together enough to hold you accountable, then what? Like, I just think even the N word. I know, like, it's
yeah,
from my place, but even that was able to that crack was able to get through to the music.
yeah, I agree with that. I don't use it,
Mhm.
and I want to play devil's advocate with the statement you just made too, because that was the original show, right? So who do we blame? Do we blame the influencers or the people who've been influenced? Because at some point in time, like you said, the community broke down and it wouldn't have been accepted within the community. We don't do that no more. We just, as people, we see things being done wrong, and we just be like, oh well, until it affect us, then oh fucking well. And that's what happens. Eventually, it seeps over and it affects you. Now you want to complain about it when we should have stumped a mud hole in it at the beginning. You know.
I
So,
think I think it's a mixture of both. You blame both, but then at the same time, the way I see it is you can't. There's only so much that you can blame, like the devil for being the devil.
hmm
So like yeah, like they like wrong has been done to people, but then it's like the community or the people should have been strong enough to protect themselves from that negative influence, because it
hmm
didn't happen overnight, it happened over decades. And
hmm
we've been told in all our religious scriptures, we've all been told that music is like basically music is a sin to a degree,
hmm
you know. And
How
it's
is
in
it
all of our
used,
religious
man?
I
scriptures
don't
because
necessarily
there's
think
wisdom
music
behind
is
it.
Hold on, Riz. Hold on,
Hold
Riz.
on,
so.
Riz.
Hold on,
There's
hold on.
there's
He
wisdom
talking
behind it,
over here.
and it's about like, and we see it now. We see where that wisdom comes from. It's showing us now. Like we've got all these female rappers that are red women, and a whole bunch of them. Like I saw an Instagram clip where it looked like a bunch of 6-year-olds were doing karaoke and they were singing that "Hands on Your Knee" song, and I was like, wow, like this is, you know, and it's
hmm
like they're trying to twerk as well, and it's like this is what it's led us to. It's led us to a point where we're here now, and it's so out of control that the only way to bring it into control, bring things back to like a healthy, stable way, like the whole community, is to like be really harsh, and people aren't ready for that.
This is off topic. Well, I'm not gonna say off. Good. Probably somebody want to say something, but what about for the people that say men incapable of loving or love, and men just want to dominate a woman?
There are some men like that. I think there are
Yeah.
plenty of men like that.
Mhm.
And I say again, y'all keep calling them men. Y'all confusing yourself, and I'm giving y'all the cheat code. You know.
But even if you don't go about it that way, word, right? Let's just put it like this, right? You got that small minority number that's making the biggest noise that makes it seem like it's a majority of people, and it's not. You understand? Like you might got 2 out of 10 men that do that, but those two are so loud that they look like the majority because the eight little quiet ones, they ain't doing nothing but going about their business. But those two little noisy ones that's doing all that nonsense, they get the clout, they get the noise. It's just like on here. Like certain people's numbers don't grow, but if you go to another section, they'll get 150 people every other day, or 200 people in a week, or whatever the case may be. You got to pull one by one on certain sectors, but on another sector they get 200 people. It's just the loudest people in the room sometimes get noticed first. That's all that really is.
I agree with that, and I'm ready to debate.
Man, you need to debate that lady Queen, whatever. She on TikTok. She be going in on men. She
I
really do.
debated. I debated, and you know what? This is the
And
problem.
I ain't
Like
gonna hold you. She kind of have points. She be coming
she
from a
can have,
spiritual perspective too.
and
See, I think I know who you're
she
talking about. She's.
You know who I'm talking about?
I just
Mhm.
forgot the name, but yeah,
we
I think I know who you're talking about.
I was
Mhm.
Yeah,
I can
that
end the
light
debate,
skinned girl.
and I can
Yes,
end the debate right here with that. That's her experience. Like if you know, if you view like me, I've been through some bad experiences with females, but I experienced a lot of good things with females. So guess what? I'm not gonna do what Gary just said. The bad didn't outweigh the good. But if I come online and just talk about all the bad things, then that's my experience. So that says more about me than anything. You know, unless you went around this planet and talked to every individual, you can't say men are like this or women are like this. Even with this conversation, I'm talking about the cupcakes I see online. I'm not saying all men are like this or all men are soft. I'm talking about
But
these
where you gotta
cupcakes.
listen to her because when she say it, she say it and then she break it down from a spiritual perspective. That like I ain't gonna ask Kiro, am I lying?
I've heard only bits and pieces of hers, but she makes points about just how like men don't really treat women right, and
Uh huh.
but
But
And
she
I
then
didn't
she
she
break it
married
down from a
herself though.
spiritual perspective, and it kind of I ain't gonna hold you. It do kind of be on point what she
but
be saying.
I'm gonna say this too. For her to break down a female from a spiritual perspective, I can understand. But she not a man. So if her only experience are with lower vibrational men, and that's how she equating the spirituality of a man, then that's her experience. I ain't gonna take that from her, but you gonna see something new with me.
I
So
don't
we
think
gonna
she
have to,
really talk like go in on y'all, but she will say like men, y'all are born to be like leaders, and you don't
yeah.
see a lot of men that are leaders.
I mean, I think like, and this is what I say too. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see a bad representation of men on a consistent basis until I got online. When I lived in the hood, I seen a lot, but even when I moved to the suburbs, like, no, I didn't see that because is, and I'm not saying because the suburbs I live in is a lot of different. It's not just white people. You know, there's a lot of different ethnicities in the suburb. So I get examples of men from all different cultures and backgrounds, like men going to work, doing what they supposed to do. Um, you see some cultures, you know, the women cutting the grass, but most men, you know, doing man shit. And it's a good representation of men out here. But then if you go into a different environment, then you go get a representation of that environment. So, like Gary said, you have to really like when people had these conversations, especially um, talking to someone who's like well versed, well traveled. Not even saying myself. I'm just talking about like I have gotten to conversations with people who have been around and seen more, and I couldn't do nothing but listen because I can only tell from my perspective, from my experience, and I haven't experienced what they have. So even doing that, because when most people get in these conversations, they equate their own personal experience to that's that's the offer, and it's not. It's more than that. It's not even pockets, but like I said, if you look at the environments that people in and then the experience they have, it'll tell a lot about their perspective and how they look and see things. Like when I was in the hood, I thought it was I was in the hood, so I had to think like this. Now that I'm out here, now I think different. You know, someone from the UK go look at life different from someone from the US. You know, like Ashkiro said, she didn't see a lot of this until she came on here. You
Well,
know,
I was just talking about yeah, like the I guess the way the men behave, but also yeah, there's a lot of things I didn't see, but also like I feel like this might be slightly off topic, but I feel like what we're seeing online, right, is in the like in mostly black sectors that are like led by, or the majority of people involved are black Americans, right? I really think that there's like some type of agenda to like show like the most dysfunctional, like just images of black America to the world. There's like an agenda going on.
I think they get pushed more, but I tell you this too: a lot of the people on this platform, they entertainers, you know, so they know the drama draws views, so that's what they're doing. You know, especially in America, Americans are hustlers. We go hustle, you know, and
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah, you guys
people
definitely
they
are
ain't
more
got the skills. You know, they just don't got the skills, you know, to express themselves in an intellectual way. They just that's why people. I heard grown ass man talk about I'm the best roaster. Like what? That's all you got to offer?
ain't that
Like,
something? Ain't that something?
like what the fuck? You talking about I'm the best roaster? Like you
Yeah,
bragging about roasting? You know, I'll violate you with my words. Like what? Like come on now, man.
But I really do think there's
yeah,
an
but
agenda.
that's a problem with. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and with that though, when you're saying it like that, with them people who keep doing that, though, eventually they're gonna have to keep that thing going, and eventually, if they run out of something, they're pretty much done. With your content, you could just pretty much keep going with what you're going, and you'll last for as long as possible. You got longevity, they don't.
Like the way I'll give you an example. Like the way Tay is, right? So Tay's like um really like is basically saying that, like, if she sees that they're talking about someone, she's not going to go into that chat. She's not going to get involved. Like she's giving you that perspective. So you have an individual like Tay that isn't really getting pushed in the algorithm, right? Like all of you guys, you're not really getting pushed in the algorithm, right? But then just the insane shouting, the swearing, the clashing that gets pushed through the algorithm, and then I'm like, who's watching it? Other races are watching it. Other people in other parts of the world are watching it, and then what are they going to think? And I really do think that it's
Hey,
Really?
hey, I want to play this real quick, and I want to comment on this. So tell me if y'all can hear this. Males are not calm creatures. Let me start it over. Because break them down. That's the treat them like that. Break them down. Oh, that's not it. Hold on, what just happened? You got. Dang, she got slapped. Hold on. Like, what the fuck? I'm talking about I'm the best roaster. Like you bragging about roasting. You know, I violate you with my words. Like what? Like come on now, man. That sounds so weird.
And what was the final straw? You had the kid, the dude. You're just like,
oh, hold on. That's not. Oh, what the one I was just playing? My bad, y'all. Hold on, give me 1 second. I think it was this one. Because I know exactly what she's saying. Yeah, that's why the military treats them like that. Break them down, build them back up. Because break them down, build them back up. That's how you have to handle males, right? You have to handle them that way. They're not coddled like the facto. That's like, they're not. You're pretty. Yeah, males are not calm creatures. They have to. They need. I don't want to say chaos, but in a way, they kind of need chaos. They need that discipline. They need that. And they like, want you punch them in the chest. Tell them you fat. I talk to them like that. They like it. They can only take it from me. They can't take it from women. See, if a woman does that, that's gonna hit low. The male's ego is very fragile. Yeah, but that's why the military treats them like that. And see, even from that, you notice her very selective words. She didn't say men, she said males, right? I would equate males into boys. And even the military, you know why they break you down and build you back up? Because they got to strip you of everything you know. They got to strip you of it. They got to take it all out of you and recondition you. So if you got a mature boy and you trying to turn him into a man, guess what you got to do? You got to break him down and build him back up. You got to strip him of everything he knew. So that's even from the most primal state when you're talking about a male. Males, when we boys, we a big ball of chaos. But as we mature, we learn how to control that. That's part of becoming a male, being able to control your inner chaos. Using your powers and your strength for protecting and providing, not destroying. That's maturing into a man from a male. So I think her word selection is very careful. Um, that's the first thing I noticed. But
She
I
triggers me.
understand what she's
She's
saying.
smart. She's smart. I'm telling. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna send you some of her stuff, and you check out. She
What's her
breaks
full
that
name?
stuff
Because I
down
forgot.
spiritually too.
I forgot her name. What was her full name? So I can look it up.
Priscilla, the Queen Maker. I seen her on
I
YouTube.
I've seen as
She
well
on
though.
YouTube too. Yeah, she got a
Yeah,
platform on
I was.
YouTube too.
I wanted if she would have dropped the link one day because she was saying men, and she was like, "Men are like this, men are like that." I mean, that's just. I mean, when people do that, you have to equate that to your experience. Even if you talk to other people, that's still their experience. Maybe now I'll need to look in the environment that you in because what you explaining is not common, not to me. So we're gonna have a discussion. We're gonna have to talk about me or you because I can sit up here and give you examples of bad females all day because I experienced it. But are we talking? Is that what we focusing on?
Is it
You know,
Priscilla the Queen? Sorry to cut you
yeah.
off.
So like even in those conversations, like if we talking about men or women, what from what
I,
are we talking about uh the upper or the lower? You know what we got to define that. You know,
so
even having
my
those
question,
discussions. Oh, go ahead, brother.
my question would be after hearing that, right? She says she gotta, some men like chaos. She gotta talk to men like that, so on and so forth, right? So,
Males,
what is
males.
no? I'm using her words. So my question would be, so what if she? So is she basically trying to say that she'll walk over a person that she's so used to breaking down somebody? How do you break down a peaceful person?
But see, that's why I said like talking with somebody like that, you have to really because she never said men. She said
She like
males.
women, just to let you
So
know.
and I'm gonna tell you what she'll do in that conversation. She'll revert back to an immature male. That's what she's talking about. Like when you pose that question, that's what she'll revert. Well, I wasn't talking about. I was talking about this particular. That's how you catch them in that. But she right. Like but she talking about the chaotic males.
Right, and
Like
she has to break them down.
mhm.
So the question would be, how do you, how do you build up a peaceful man? Because all you know how to do is break down chaotic people. How do you build up a peaceful man?
Mhm.
See, 'cause she's so used to destroying. I gotta break it down. Breaking down is destruction. Now you gotta find out how do you build it up. How do you rebuild it? What's your foundation for the building up of a situation? See, that's why it's dangerous to hear like certain clips because you would have to hear it all. Because if you don't hear it all, you're gonna have all the questions that come in mind.
She did an interview with what's his name? Oh, they was going
Sinetta.
at it.
Mm.
Who
Learn
asked him?
behavior. No, anti asked the question. Do you think some men behave the way they have been allowed to behave? Yes. Learn behavior.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree.
absolutely.
Men can be some of the most entitled people to just in general. Like when they're not when that's not, sorry, guys. I'll say guys instead of men. When it's not like when they're not taught discipline or they're not taught to work for what they want, then they feel entitled to what everybody else has, and that's where it's really dangerous.
Yeah, I agree though.
I do that next week. I'm gonna do a show. I get some of the clips and do that thing. Break some of the. If you wanna,
Yeah, break some of the stuff down because I'm gonna find some really good ones because I feel like sometimes the things she be saying, she'll put it with spiritual too.
yeah, I love to play with that.
And she break
I
it
have fun
down
with it.
like that. And I'll be like, So I'm gonna flip through and I'm gonna show you some stuff. But
Yeah, that might entice her to come over here because I'm gonna tag her. And
There you
Yeah,
go. Here you go.
I want to look into her as well. I
yeah,
only
go
Well,
watched
check
some
her
bits.
out. That would be somebody to debate because she debated what's his name? What's old
Wait,
crazy dude?
wait, was it? I know I've seen a debate, Jay Prince or
What's
something like that.
what's his name? Charlie
Kevin Samuel?
no,
No,
what's his
no.
what's
Sarnetta,
his
Charles
Charleston
name?
White.
Sarnetta.
Yes, Charles. She debated him.
What she debate him on?
Oh my goodness, look it up. Look up Charleston White. And they went back and forth against the man and woman thing. They did a
What?
whole interview.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think
Is
I
that
don't think I think she I think yeah, it wouldn't be like that, but it'll be fun. I don't think she'd try to debate me though. Like, cause her points, I mean, the way even I wouldn't even I can listen. I listened to that one video and I can see how she structured things, and it's just some things I wouldn't even allow, like in the conversation. Like, who are you talking about? We have to define it. You saying all men like this? You can't say that. I mean, so I can agree to disagree, and I can agree that it's like when she said male, like you can't say men and say that because I'm gonna tear that up. Because I can define what a man is. A lot of people
Oh
can't
my
do
goodness. I would love for y'all to just
that. Go get her. Hey, we about to start a GoFundMe. We gonna pay this lady to come over here and get smoked
I
by the word.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that like something might get brought up about who you're married to, because she's from the conscious community, isn't she?
And
I've
that's
only seen
okay,
a
but
yeah,
small.
but
she's
then
from the
you
conscious.
but then you say she like women.
Yeah, I don't think she would come at him like that. I really don't. But yeah,
I
she
mean,
like women.
even
She don't do men.
I've only
I
seen a small
mean,
clip of hers on Q Butter's panel last year, and he was going through like he basically sees her as as someone that's scamming, like a fraud. Apparently, she is married, and like she's kind of feeding into what certain women want to hear. But
mm,
I can't remember it because it was so long ago.
She was
What
in a
exactly?
relationship. Now I don't know about her being married and all that, but I know she did have a girlfriend, but I think they just broke up or something like that.
Okay. No,
But
she was married to a
I
guy.
don't know nothing about her being scammy, huh? I ain't
She
heard
was
nothing
married.
about that.
She was
you still here, Miss Tracy?
apparently she was married to a guy at one point. I This was from Q Butter did a live on it, and I watched it ages ago. I just can't
She
remember.
probably did. She probably
Yeah,
was.
Yeah, Commander. I man, I don't know. It's like debating. Um,
but I'll
I
look
don't think
into
I'm
it
the
though.
baddest one around. It's just I think like people points. I mean, I speak factual and what we can observe, and I understand when people um going to deductive, inductive, and deductive reasoning or questioning or statements, and it's just easy to uplift that. But even from like what she said, like I said, if you having a conversation with her and she say male, you can't say man. You can't equate that to man because I give her out right there, and you'll have to end up agreeing to disagree with her. So she'll win automatically if you use the term men while she using male. That's why she left it like that. I can tell you
Where
almost the
play that first
methodology.
video
Hold on, let me go back.
where it say every video I see you talk about the evils of men in the orange sweatsuit.
You know, another thing I'm noticing, the red pill, right? All these guys that wanna promote like all men getting along. Since when did all men get along?
That ain't even natural.
That's not natural. That's not normal. I
Mm-hmm.
just find those guys strange. I'm like, that's never
Yeah.
happened in human
Here's a
history.
comment left from a lady after watching several of my real life street stars clips. Every video I see, you talk about the evils of men, but put out no solutions. Have I not seen those vids, or do you see men as lesser beings? It seems like it. First and foremost, to everyone watching, I'm a scientist, psychologist, philosopher, and a woman's advocate. In my clips, I speak about the facts of male nature rooted in biology. And I teach that to women so that women can choose better. It's not my job and it's not women's job to solve a problem in men that women are not the creators of. Women are not responsible for saving men from themselves. It's evident that you think they are because you're asking me about a solution to the facts about male nature, which tells me that you don't care anything about women and you want women to continue to sacrifice themselves, putting themselves in danger and in harm's way, to be abused and mistreated, to prove to you and others like you that they are not misandrous. You will never hear such a quote unquote solution like that coming from me. Women are not responsible for saving men from their own biological nature. If you see the effects of testosterone on the male character as evil, because those are the words that come out of your mouth, because never have I once used the words evil in any of my explanations, then that is a personal problem for you. I am not teaching women to sacrifice for your sons, your nephews, your male friends. You can continue to do that if you want to. That's your prerogative. But I, the queen maker, am not teaching women to self-sacrifice. I'm sorry that you don't like the truth that shows you where men actually stand in the world. That is a personal problem. But to clarify a little bit more for you, the solutions that I do offer through giving the science of the nature of man is to relieve women of depression, anxiety, guilt, grief, self-denial, and trauma. I have offered the woman a solution to her problem because that is a problem that can actually be solved. Here's a comment left.
That was a lot, but that's easy too. That's easy work. I want to state a couple things first. Um, that's easy work, man. There's a couple things I do want to state. Um, you're a biologist, a philosopher, you all these things, but you're not you stating the problem, but you don't want to find a solution. I understand it. Like she said, it ain't her problem to fix, but that's what men do, right? That's what we do. We solve problems. So it is our problem to fix. Second of all, she did say men this time, so I understand that she hurt. She been through some shit with men. Again, that's her own personal, uh, them are her own personal demons she got to deal with. But you can tell that she's projecting a lot of her pain and her experience through her discussions, you know, because to say men are biologically like this or like that, uh, you can study men all day, but you'll never know how a man feels. And you just looking from a perspective of a woman, you don't have the same issue.
You lost him. You lost him. Anybody here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
think we
here.
lost him.
I'm here also, though. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I think we lost him.
Well,
I
word
think
gonna
his
get
mic might
ate
have went
up.
out.
Word gonna get ate up by her. That's all I know. This will be good.
Oh, I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
That's yeah. We got you. Go ahead. We lost you. Go ahead. Finish what
Can
you were
y'all,
saying.
can y'all hear me clear?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh,
No, I
so
got you loud and clear, Chief. I heard you.
the new earphones working. But yeah, like I was saying, so we had to talk about the like even when she's saying testosterone because like I said, when you're dealing with an immature man, he's not gonna know how to control himself. But as we mature, we find that balance, we find that peace, we find that harmony. So even talking about spiritual aspect of a man, you don't know what men have to go through. Just like I don't know what women have to go through. So you don't hear me saying that because I make a fool of myself trying to explain what a woman goes through. You know, even I study, I know more about menstrual cycles, and I probably know more about the female anatomy than most females know. But I can't tell you how it feels to be a female or the experiences you have. Um, so, I mean, you can talk about, the biological and all this and all that, but you can't equate that to male behavior. But
I
she
just
can
want
tell
to
us
know
her
what she meant by
experiences.
biological.
But and that's where she'd get tripped up having a conversation with me because now we was talking about your experience. So like you talk about men hurting women, doing this, doing that. What type of dudes are you around? I have to ask that question. You can't say all men do that because I don't do it. The men in my family don't do it. We weren't raised like that. So what kind of men are you around? What kind of environment are you in? Where you been to.
Well,
And though I'm not saying men don't do that because I know they do, or males, we would turn males. I'm not gonna say they don't do that, but they do. But if all males aren't doing that, why aren't you around the males that's not doing that versus the men that are? Go ahead, bro. You can take the floor for me to say.
no, she just gonna say that you're an exception to the rule. That's what she gonna say about that. Because, you know, like you said, we have these experiences. So a lot of us are just projecting the experiences that we had. So she may have never been in that category. But my thing about she said the biology of the thing. I'm trying to understand what that means because don't we have don't we have balance in chromosomes? Isn't it 23 and 23, or is that genes or whatever it is? Isn't that a equal balance of? Now you got to figure out
But
which one
but
gets
what?
nurtured. If bad word.
Oh no, you good. But
No, I was just saying because now it's just about what's being brought upon, right? So if you're around a bunch of men, of course the genes of men will be triggered because you're around men all the time. If you're around women, it's going to be the same way, and vice. So I don't know what she meant by that. You know, the biological thing, because your environment has a big role in what's being used or activated in your life. But that could just be my little old opinion.
I think she means just by like when you were created, you were designed, like everything is designed to do something. So when women, we are designed a certain way, men are designed a certain way. She studied that. That's why I say she be putting the spiritual with it and telling you, word, I'm just keep tagging her, bro, because I'm just trying to see who gonna get ate up. That's it.
hey, I'm not by my phone right now, so if anybody got a question, do me a favor and read it off to me. But I'm just trying to pick up this clothes from the living room real quick. My kids trash it every night. But
I
like
thought she was.
even like you say, the way we design biologically. So we have to talk about the maturity factor, right? Like I'm saying, like I'm telling you the problem in men. I told you they're not mature because even okay, now if you say you studied, so meaning you observed, right? So what from where have you observed from what environment? Because like I said, the way I came up is totally different from what I see. So the man in my environment um, display a lot of the attributes, morals, and values that I display today because I learned it from them. They didn't hit on women. We protected women. We didn't try to dominate women. You know, I didn't hear none of my OGs getting yelling and screaming at you. So like all the abuse she's saying men do to women, that's abusive to learned behavior. So if men aren't being matured into, if males aren't being matured into men, they're still going to act like boys. So if you talk about that state, right? Look at it's easier. What do they always say? Women mature quicker than men. When you said, do men have it easy? No, because the way we have to mature is a lot harder, in my opinion, than what women have to do. Y'all have to be homemakers. Y'all have to be nurturers, right? We have to be protectors and providers. So now when you look at that skill set, which one is harder to develop? Let's talk about that. Which one of those skill sets? Do you, as a woman, do you think it'd be easy to develop, not into what you see today as a man, but as an ideal man? Do you think it'd be easy to develop into that, especially dealing with the conditions and situations you're in now?
I feel like both have to be protectors, though, like of the children. Like women are very protective over their children. So it's like when the man's out of the house, that she has to also kind of have the skills of like trying to protect her children as well. When it's just them two, yeah, the man's a protector. But when the kids come in, like both parents kind of have to put the kids first in that sense.
In that sense, but even when if we talk about roles, who's the one that has to go out the house to provide?
It
When we
should be
talk
the
about
man.
roles, it should be the men, right? So even back in the day, they sent the men out to do all the hard work while the woman stayed at home and made sure home was good. They made sure the home was taken care of, made sure the kids was taken care of. So the man had to go out and face the world. Why? Because we built like that. That's how we built. We built to take on the heavy load, the hard duties. You know, I'm not saying women can't do it. I'm just saying we built like that for a reason. That's why we have the testosterone levels that we have versus the estrogen levels of y'all. That's why we are solid. That's why we hard. We built to endure. That's how we built. Y'all women ain't built to endure the stress, physical labor. Y'all can give labor and go through that, but I'm talking about the hardship of work, of
No, I
hunting,
think
of
women are
endurance.
no women are built to endure. I think that's just adulthood. I don't think that should just be to men. That's just adulthood. Like if you choose to have children, right, then you have to like you have to like endure like creating a safe environment, taking care of them. Not just the labor part. The pregnancy part is one aspect, and giving labor is one aspect. But just everything
Yeah,
else, like, that's just adulthood. I
yeah,
think just
I'm talking
both
about
people have to be mature and endure. That's just life.
no, I'm talking about the biology. Like when she was talking about the biology of men, like how we our our muscle structures are. Um, we built the way we built to endure heavy loads, to
Oh
endure.
yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Mentally, I think women are built to endure more mentally than men. I think that's why we get logic. You know, that's why the creator gave us logic or made us more logical to try to make sense of shit. Because if we can't make sense of something, men go crazy. You ever notice that? When something don't make sense, it drives us crazy.
They get violent. That's what I noticed.
Yeah,
Like if they don't walk away, they get violent with it, and that's because they can't handle not knowing how to deal
that's
with it.
emotional immaturity. So I said, you know, I was talking about mental maturity, but that's another, for me personally, for a man to be deemed a man, you have to be physically, emotionally, and mentally mature for me to consider you a man. That's just my standards. I'm not saying that's how it should be. Maybe it should, but that's my classification of a man emotionally. And it's a process, you know, because I mean, shit. There's still stuff I can be triggered by, but it's you being in that process of developing mental and emotional maturity along with your physical maturity.
Hmm. I thought she was making some good points, and like I've yeah, I thought that clip that Tay told you to play, she was making some good points there. That Princella woman. Um, it shouldn't men it's men's responsibility to build strong men, and I
Right.
feel like
I agree with that.
and I feel like sometimes women need to step back and um
If I like to happen.
not huh
allow it to happen.
I
You
can't
know,
really hear you.
sometimes women get in the way of the development of men, of boys turning into men.
By giving them a safe space to run to, so they don't have to deal with the with the like having to deal with actually like the growing pains, as you call it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, they both have to work together. Like for a dude, it's, that's why it's always easier for a man to have a conversation with a woman because the woman is always the comforter, right? You
Yeah.
can't have that conversation with another man. Like she said, the biology, testosterone is high up. So who do we supposed to turn? We're supposed to turn to. We're supposed to turn to the nurturer. That's why you nurture. Nurture in different aspects, but you guys nurture with emotion. So if a man is not emotionally attached, that's on a woman because that's what y'all do. Y'all nurture, and what comes with nurturing is your emotions. So she has to understand if she's studying all that, you have to lean on her first because you're at the end of the day, if we're being traditional, the woman is always going to be the first teacher, quicker than the man.
And and see, this is the dangerous part too, from the way she talked, fucking around with me because I think it's, I'm not saying all, but it's partially women's fault. Men are the way they are now because they accept it. Women still reward. We can sit up here and talk about all the foul and fucked up shit men do, but women still open their legs to them and reward them for bad behavior. I'm not saying all women, but we have to agree some women do. Some women take that shit. So why would he stop? That's the definition of insanity, right?
Yeah.
So we have to talk
Not you
about that.
getting mad though.
Huh? You said what?
I said not you getting mad though.
Dang. Oh my god.
No, I'm just saying, like,
This would
women,
be a good debate, boy. Ooh
yeah.
wee. I hope y'all can debate. I'm gonna manifest this tonight. Hold
Yeah.
on.
Messenger or something. Like, I wouldn't, I love to have a discussion.
Jay's working on it. Jay's working
I
on it.
think me and her actually, I'm just talking shit. I think me and her actually have a good, I don't even think it'd be a debate. I think it'd be more of a discussion.
I think it really would be a discussion. I
No,
could not,
it's
for the
gonna be a
life of
debate.
me,
I
for the
won't
life,
even,
for the
you think
life
it
of me,
will?
I could not think who could debate you, who would have like a good discussion until just a minute ago, and that's her, bro. That's her. I'm telling you, that's who it is right there.
Hmm.
That's who
Because
it is.
you can relate so much to her because she's on the spiritual. She does spiritual and then she can get on the physical as well. You see? So y'all that's how I know she perfect. Like y'all can relate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to watch a couple more of her videos because I just got a feeling that she'll try to flex, and that's
Does
a
she
no
does she hate
no.
men? Just to ask Tay, like, does she have like a? Because you said that she's talking about men, but she likes men
Okay,
as well.
so I don't watch her like that. You know what I'm saying? But I do run across her videos every, blue moon, and I'll watch them or whatever. For
Mm-hmm.
me personally, now again, I told y'all I don't watch her like that, so I don't know. But for me personally, what I have seen, I don't feel like she hate men. For me, I
Mm.
don't feel like she's hate men. I've never heard her talk about her experiences with men or anything like that either. I just how she plays off of it is just like how Word does. She based a lot of her stuff off spiritual, like how she said, I'm a biologist. That's how
Mm-hmm.
she puts her, she does it like that. She plays it off of spiritual and biology. How you're designed, how men are designed, how women are designed, how you know what I mean? That's how she does it. Like that.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, that'd be interesting to. I'm gonna look into some
But
of her.
even that aspect, like if we talking about spiritually, so we have to like she. That's what I'm saying. It's too wide because if she based something off spiritually, so now I need to know what spiritual system we dealing with. You know, are we dealing with astrology, numerology? Are we dealing with the human design? When we talking about these men that you're speaking of, these violent, irrational, because they produce more testosterone. That don't mean nothing. That's just more serotonin and adrenaline
Do
pumping.
they do,
You
do they
know, it
really
just needed
produce
to be
more?
guided and directed.
Do they
That's
really
it.
produce more testosterone though? Is that a real
Man,
thing?
yeah, yeah, that's the real thing. Men
Okay.
produce more testosterone than females up
They're
until
like,
certain ages, and then it tapers off. It's almost a balance. Um, testosterone and estrogen levels in men. Women do the same thing. You ever see some women get older and start growing hair, like mustaches and stuff? That's
yeah,
because they
yeah,
produce more testosterone than they did when they was younger. Because it's not the fact that they even producing more testosterone; they're producing less estrogen. The more estrogen, the less hair you gonna have.
yeah. That's post menopause, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No,
I
I
mean,
didn't think that. I
I can
thought
deal with the biological shit too. Yeah.
no, I thought
So,
she meant as in the violent men produce more testosterone. That's what I thought she meant.
yeah, testosterone doesn't equal to violent nature.
Okay.
If anything, it produces more energy. So I mean, talking to somebody who don't know what the hell they talking about, yeah, that'll work. But dealing
That's what I
with
was asking.
a whole different story.
I don't know. I don't know that part. But I feel like men. I feel like the old ways or the ways that you would see in like more like in like Asia and Africa is that men usually they have a problem. They'll go to the
The
elders,
elder
the
men,
men, the
yeah,
elders to help them
yeah, the
solve the
elder.
problem. They're humble enough to go and say, I need help, I don't understand this, and go to an elder, and there's elders there that will help them, right? And I think that's
Mhm.
probably what they need more than going to women, because I think once it gets to a certain age, like they just end if they go to a woman, they just end up getting coddled.
And that's what happened too. And think about this too, like even what she said in the first video I played, you know, breaking people down and building them back up. If you don't have proper structure, you got to be taught that. You know, that's why, like when you were saying, like the males back in the day, we got held accountable by older men, by the elders as young men, and that's what helped develop the structure. These things have to be put in place because if we have no structure, then we reside in chaos. That's part of maturity is structure, understanding structure and discipline. That's like when we had conversations about people cheating, that's a no-go for me. It shows lack of structure and discipline. That's very important in my life, structure and discipline. You know, and cheating just shows you don't have neither one, in my opinion. So if you would
Mm-hmm.
cheat on a person, you would cheat on life itself. So nah, I don't deal with people like that. You know, it
Yeah,
shows lack of structure and discipline that you can't even
and trust
control your own action. Well, as
if they're
far as,
gonna lie.
you know, fornicating with people.
And lie as well. I think for me, it's like if they have a deal with their wife or whatever, to be like, listen, I'm gonna step out every so often or whatever it is, right? Or if the wife knows that he's seeing someone on the side, that's one thing. But when they lie and cheat, when they're cheating and lying, they're gonna cheat and lie on their wife. Then I don't really think that anyone can trust them. That's how I see it.
Oh, my bad, Riaz. I wasn't even, I'm on, I had to jump off my laptop died on me. So I'm on my phone and I was in the living room and my phone is about to die too on the charger. My battery is. But yeah, so I mean just having conversations and wanting to be like I try to be fair and understanding. And I just don't see life from my own perspective. Like I really incorporate things that I learned from other people and have those in discussions because they are not my reality, but they are reality. So like even talking to people, like hearing females talk about their experience with males, I totally agree and understand it because I experienced that. I had boys who wasn't shit. I had female cousins, and I had to go bust somebody, mouth open because. So I've been in situations. I know how these dudes get down, but we still have to be honest. That's your experience, and we have to understand why you had that experience. You chose the wrong person, and the only way to fix that and not continue that cycle is to admit the part that you played. And a lot of people don't like to do that.
Yeah.
It's hard. I had to do that. I can't bash black women because I had somebody's man. If I tell you how much money this girl took from me, if I tell you how she played, and I won't even do that because that's making her look bad. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know she would do all that, but I knew what type of person she was, and I just felt, oh, she won't do that to me because she loved me. No, that's no. She did exactly the same goddamn thing she's been doing to everybody else. It just took her a longer time to do it than me. So who fault is that? Hers or mine? I knew I
Yeah.
have to take accountability. So I can't say all black females are like this. I can't say all females are gold diggers and they just want your money and they do whatever they can. I had that experience. So a lot of the stuff, this red pill, I understand. I went through that shit too, bro. But guess what? I fucked up. And there's women out here because I found one, my wife, that don't do shit like that. So when are we gonna take accountability for the shit that we do? The fuck instead of saying, well, this person did nah, fuck that. We fucked up. We chose the wrong person. We gave ourselves to the wrong person. That's why I tell people your respect, your dignity, your love, all that, your trust, your loyalty, that's yours. And if you give it to somebody and they mistreat it, that's your fault.
I agree with
Now
that.
think
I
like that,
think
I bet you won't get that shit away. I bet you'll make people earn that shit. Start thinking like that.
yeah, the red pill. I started watching it during the pandemic, and some of the guys, it was almost like, why would you do like the way they would speak is like you're making yourself sound like a loser. Like the way you talk about women, it's like you've never been or you've never been with a good woman, so you think they don't exist. But you're making it sound like that. Like they just look at the negative all the time, and it makes them look bad. And some of them just like I don't know. As time goes on, some of them just sound closeted. I'll be honest
Now,
with you.
now let me ask you this because you ain't take because y'all seem like good women. I mean, I know y'all good women, but um, now
Thank you.
do y'all have time to listen to that shit? What they how they talk about? Do you really have time? Do you want to entertain any of that?
How they talk about what? What did you say?
How they talk about women? Would
Nah,
you really
I'm
want to
not.
sit and have
I'm
a
not over
conversation?
there in that field.
No, no, I don't really
And
There
care.
see,
was.
and that's what I tell women that be bashing men all the time. Ain't no real men go sit there and listen to that shit. Don't nobody want to hear that. I understand it. I see it. I know it. But this ain't what you're dealing with right now.
I mean, I
That's
watched
what.
in the pandemic out of boredom and just intrigue, just to figure out what's going on. Like why are they thinking like this? But nothing, no, nothing like no, I couldn't listen to that for too long.
I,
It
I
sounded
I ain't
redundant.
gonna lie to you. If I wasn't a content creator, I would never speak on dudes like that. I wouldn't even speak on them if I wasn't a content creator because it's like that's a distraction. That's nonsense. That's some little boys who ain't find themselves yet. That's what I be thinking. Like y'all mad because the little girl you like ain't give it up to you. That's why you mad. You mad because you had to pay for it because that's the only value that you got. I mean, you got to build yourself up for a woman. This is just how I feel. I feel like this for men and women, so I don't want nobody to take this the wrong way. You got to build yourself up to what you desire, flat and simple. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want this this good man, you got to make sure you're an asset to him too, just like he'll be an asset to you. Or guess what? He ain't gonna want you. Vice versa, same thing. You want a woman to be all into you and shit. Make sure you can provide for her, you can protect her, that you got the shit that she into for her to be into you. That's just what you got to do. Like people will do some of the most craziest things for the right person.
Mm-hmm.
People will bend their morals and values for the right person. Like my wife, like she wasn't thinking about marrying outside her race. She was scared to date me at first, but when she got to learn who I was, she was like, "Fuck all that. You know, this is what's gonna make me happy. This is a person the day in, day out, will make me smile, will make me feel good about myself. So I don't give a damn what nobody think. I'm gonna do it. It's against her culture to fuck with me. But she did it anyway. People in her family don't even want to fuck with her no more. She don't care. So I mean, that's just what it is.
I mean, I've met people. I know I've met a few Assyrians. I get where that comes from because they don't even marry like other groups within their own country, because that's how they're preserving like their ethnic group, because it's like an
Mm-hmm.
ancient group of people.
Mm-hmm.
So
The
I think that's
Syrian
where it
people,
comes from.
the Syrian people, the Mesopotamians. The
Mm-hmm.
well, not really the Babylonians. The Babylonians was another group of people who came into Mesopotamia, but the Assyrian lineage comes from the Mesopotamia, the Sumerian.
But they call themselves Babylonians, don't they? There's a guy I worked with that
Well,
you just
well, if when you look at the history, Babylon was already a nation that came in and they used to admire Mesopotamia. But when Mesopotamia fell, Babylon came in and took over. And then that's when the Assyrians rose up. And then the Arcadians came out of Babylonia. And but the Assyrians are the ancient people. They still got their tribes. Uh, it's like the
yeah
Babylonians, but they all took over that part of land. But Babylon had their own kingdom, and when Mesopotamia fell, they came in and took over.
yeah they don't even marry into the Arabs. They don't marry into the
Yeah,
Iraqi Arabs or the Iraqi Kurds. You know, they stick to their own. And like the Kurds are kind of like the same thing. Like they don't, that whole region, like they don't really intermarry. So it's not. I don't think it's so much about race as opposed to like ethnicity and culture with them.
yeah, they got it's Besneti and Sanaya. It's two like bloodlines that stay with one another. The Sanaya and the Besmeti. Them the two tribes. Like my wife's mother is Sanaya, and her dad is Besmeti. So they both are Syrian cultures, but yeah, that's how
Yeah,
they rock out. They try to stay
yeah,
with those two tribes.
yeah. Now my family's African, so we've got our tribes and stuff, and like we also have like a similar thing where like certain people they don't really marry out. So I get where that comes from, because I think in the West everything is racialized as opposed to looking at it from a culture perspective or an ethnic perspective. Because sometimes it's got nothing to do with race. Sometimes it does. Sometimes they're just racist. Like they're just like they don't like someone because they're darker skin. But a lot of the time it's to do with ethnic, like ethnic, cultural, and like you said, like bloodlines. Like keeping that
Hmm.
tribe, keeping that lineage. That's a big deal in the Middle East and in Africa.
Yeah, that's a huge deal. That's what I be trying to tell people. Like, people over here, I did a show about hitching. Like, Africa, like we all black, but we have different cultures. Like, we all ain't the same. And people in Africa, they have tribes, and they have culture within that tribe. So when people come over here to America saying we all black, people take on American culture, and that's fine. But us as Americans, when we try to take on other melanated culture, they don't be letting us in that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They don't
Yeah,
let us in that shit.
yeah. I think it's because yeah, it's
'Cause it's
that's
sacred to
that's
them.
the.
You know, we don't hold our culture sacred here. We let everybody in.
I think that's changing now, ain't it? Ain't people like
There's
ain't
more
like
people
black?
talking about it. There's people talking about it now. At first, people weren't talking about it, but now
Yeah,
people talking about it. Tariq Nasheed, people, he going in on people. Shout
yeah.
out to that brother, man.
That's the first step, right? By the way, that Twitter space he did where the Africans came up, I don't even know where he found those people because they are. It was so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing just
Mm.
listening to
Hey,
the
Kiro, you be
disrespect.
watching that?
I watched it. I was so embarrassed. I watched like a playback. I was so embarrassed. I was like, because they don't represent us. I'm like, who are these people? Glad you could laugh at it because I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh my god, like who are these people? And like, it's like it was just. It looked. They sound like kids though. They sound like they were like teenagers.
Leah is backstage.
Oh, sorry, I ain't even by my phone. I'm about to actually end this, y'all. I appreciate this. We gonna do this. Um, Ask your old sis. You know, you always welcome. It's always a pleasure. You know, we love having you up here, especially giving
Thank
a,
you.
different insight. There's a couple shows I wanna. Um, I'm gonna tag you in it because it's interesting hearing you talk about like the culture and the tribes in Africa, and you know you African moved to the UK. So just having, I might want to interview you just to pick your brain a little
Oh,
bit. You know, all
I,
respectfully,
I,
you know
I,
me.
I don't know about that. You know my experience on here. I just want to be left alone. I've had like
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah. I
I've had
feel
like
that. Yeah,
I don't.
I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I ain't gonna
Yeah,
tag you.
I've had people pry like trying to like pry and figure out how I look and stuff like that. I think you know about that, don't you,
Yeah,
Dad?
yeah. I know. I
Yeah,
just said that.
yeah, yeah.
And
So I've
that's sad because this that prevents, you know, people, and it's just the reality. You know, that's why I even changed my name to the word, right? That's just the reality. And it's unfortunate because that hinders us from really experiencing one another's experience and learning and growing. Um,
mhm.
so hopefully one day we way past that. But right
Yeah,
now I understand that's not the day. So
yeah.
yeah, we're
Give
definitely
it,
gonna
yeah, give
interview.
it some time. I mean, this is the only space
Yeah,
I go to. I don't like what Tay was saying. Like I just don't even go to those places. Um, I left ages ago, but even like yeah, I left ages ago. But
and you know, just us talking, I know one of the people that you had a problem with, and
I
I'm
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm man, it's so many opportunities. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to educate people on these behaviors and personalities, so people can see things for what it truly is before they even
Mm-hmm.
engage and encounter people like that. But it's a
Yeah,
couple times I wanted to. You know,
it's
but it's like, what
pointless.
good is it gonna do? You know, it's a
Exactly,
waste of my time. That's
because
why I never,
they're never
you
gonna
know,
stop. That's what I
no.
learned. Because I've even spoken out. I've spoken out, and did you hear me when I spoke out about it?
Hmm.
Yeah. So I spoke out about it. It doesn't stop anything. So there's no
No.
point. So there's um they're not gonna stop, and you're gonna like that live you did a few days ago when you said like you look like why would you be around people that behave that way? I then have to
Hmm.
be like, why am I here? This is their comfort zone. This is their space. Why am I here? So it's like I
Yep.
left ages ago, and you know, never looked back. Pretty, but yeah, like unfortunately, like it's I don't know, like until like yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as that. And like you said, like them talking about people's looks is pretty. I've never cared about how people look ever, and
No.
I've never seen people talk about people's looks as much on here because I've never cared about how people look.
And the intention behind it, they don't want to. Um, they only care so they can try to insult and make content off of that. So, um,
Yeah,
like I showed it in my head. I dare you to try to roast me. I got a huge crater in my head. I got a tube on the side of my head. I look like Worf the Klingon off of Star Trek. You know, some shit crawling. I'm fine with that. You ain't gonna make me feel insecure about my look. I got a whole wife. Most of these
but
people follow my other
they're
dudes.
not going they're not going to talk about your looks because you first of all you're a man. Second of all, you don't care. Like you don't like
Right.
I don't care. I don't care. Right? They don't even know how I don't care. Right? Um, but they're just gonna make up stuff. They just made up
Hmm.
something. If they don't know how you look, they just make something up. And I don't even care about that. I was like, you can have it. I don't care. Just whatever. And they do it more to the women. They don't really do it to the men. They only do it to the men if they think it's gonna get a reaction from them. But
Yeah, because they feel like man, it's, I don't know. Like I said,
yeah, I've
these
never seen
people,
anything like it, and I just
and
far away from it,
that,
far, far, far away.
that's another reason. Like, I'm gonna do that episode too. Probably sometime next week. Well, no, I got another good one next week. I'm gonna piss people off next week, but we'll have a discussion.
Yeah, yeah. Yo, that was some crazy. That was a crazy time a couple of years ago. That was a crazy.
Yeah,
Like you said, like I just like you, the word like I'll talk to anyone. I'm an easygoing person. I'll talk to anyone. Um, I don't really judge people. I'm not superficial or materialistic. So me just having a conversation with you doesn't really mean anything. I have conversations with strangers all the time in the real world. Like it's just normal to me. But on here, it just takes on a whole new like some of the weirdest people I've ever come across in my life are on the internet.
everything they said in the psychology books, I haven't seen it on here. And I thought
Right?
some of that shit was myths like Bigfoot, but nope, there's really people out there like that.
Yeah.
These people
Yeah.
are real.
Yeah. The internet just brings all types of people here. But that's all over with. I'm not going to say too much, but that's all over with. And just move, just onwards, just going forward. Because
Yeah,
I didn't even have a channel. Like I never go live. I don't go live. Um, I have a couple of videos and that's it. But it is what it is.
yeah. This is it's not even. That's why I said it's. That's why I took the approach I did. It's not worth. You can't hold nobody accountable really on the internet unless you got some power or some type of authority. And uh, I don't
Yeah.
work for YouTube. I don't work for Google, so I ain't got none of that. So the
Yeah.
best thing I can do is educate people.
Yeah.
And
Just create your own space. Like create your own environment the way you want it to be. And I like the environment you created. I like talking to Tay and Gary and all the other people that came up, Liz, Riaz. So yeah, this is a nice environment.
I appreciate that because
I agree.
I'm, I'm trying hard, and I thank everybody who helped me build this too. Ask you, definitely Tay, Gary, Riaz, Didi, all y'all, man, really, all y'all coming over here, man, having these
Hmm.
discussions with me, man. I appreciate it. Been doing it for a while. Liz B, it ain't been easy, and uh, yeah, I got people on here doing, and I guess that's me, my masculinity. I be wanting this.
It's
Be
just
wanting
best
to
to
say
ignore it.
stuff like, but I'm like, man, I'm gonna just let it go, because I'm on business, man. I got people, like what Askew said, it's important because I got people like that, who do enjoy it, and I only need one, so I don't want to mess that up. So I got to be responsible. Um,
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yep. Anyway,
Definitely,
I'm gonna
definitely.
go. All right. Bye, Gary. Bye, the word. I think
It's
Tay's
nice.
already gone.
It's nice talking to you, Eskiro.
It's
Yeah, Tay got
nice
kicked
talking to
out,
you.
but it's definitely nice speaking to you, Eskiro.
It's nice talking to you as well, Gary. I just enjoyed the whole vibe of this space that you guys just like the maturity of it all. But
and that's what I'm
I'm just
pushing for.
glad. I'm just glad that. Yeah, I'm just glad that is being accepted. Like I said, I understand that. You know, the large number is not happening, but as I tell world all the time, it only takes one to reach 1,000. So it doesn't
mm-hmm.
even matter for me. You know what I mean? So if it's one or 100, I'll just talk. I'll leave it on the table. If somebody could pick it up, they pick it up. If they don't,
Mm-hmm.
it'll just be there for somebody to use it somewhere down the line.
Yeah, it'll grow in time. It's gonna grow organically over time. But I'm gonna
And
go.
shout out. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sue.
No, I'm gonna go. I was gonna say bye. I was gonna go.
Okay, I appreciate you.
All right,
Shout out to
bye.
Askew, bro. Hey man, shout out to the chat, man. We got up to 24. We got what 15 in the chat now. I appreciate y'all, but hey, y'all don't be afraid to, y'all ain't gotta watch from the bushes. I ain't no fuck boy content creator. You can have your opinions and expressions, just be respectful. We mature over here, so we can have conversations. And a lot of the stuff I talk about, I'm not gonna say it's controversial, but it's gonna be kind of hard to hear sometimes, you know. But we gonna have discussions like adults, All that other rah rah, all that we ain't doing all that. So, yeah, I appreciate everybody. Gary, you want to add something, brother?
No, I just really, I like the fact that the conversation was had, even if there was a disagreement. I don't think there was, but if it was, it would have been talked out civilly and cordially. And let's just keep going with the vibe.
Yeah, this was dope. I want to you know what I came for? I came for the smoke and the fire. But we got a lot of mature men over here, so there wasn't a lot of disagreement. We'll be talking about masculinity because a lot of us display it. Like I said, we go display it in different ways. Everybody ain't gonna know how to work on cars and stuff like that. But they handle their business as men. So I mean, as long as you're doing that, I'm good. Protecting and providing. You ain't out here wearing tight clothes,
And
trying to
shout
beat
out,
up women for their purses and stuff.
a special shout out to all the panelists, the ladies that came up from Ashkiro to Commander to Tay, Liz B. Shout out to them because, they have to, they have to understand that, they help the conversation going along, one, and in particular this conversation because it's from a different view of perspective. So shout out to everybody that came up on the panel. Shout out to Riaz too when he came up
Yeah,
on the
shout
panel
out to
too.
Racy
So
too.
shout out to everybody that came on the panel.
Hey man, shout out to the honey pot. Y'all know what it is. The ladies over here support the movement. I appreciate y'all so much. I appreciate my brothers who come over and support too. But it is the honey pot. The ladies always represent in numbers. So I appreciate that. Um, yeah, that's definitely fly. We gonna keep building. We got a show coming Tuesday. We're gonna be on Tay channel, so make sure y'all linked up with her. If you're watching this on the replay, that's Tay Eats. Her link is getting dropped Tuesday at what time, Gary? 7?
7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central.
Yeah, you gonna have the 9 on the panel. We're gonna have a discussion. Uh, yeah, so that's gonna be fly. So make sure y'all check that. And then next week we talk Monday. I'm gonna talk about narcissists versus Machiavellianism. Show y'all the difference between the two. So, like I said, we're gonna entertain, we're gonna educate, we're gonna motivate, and we're gonna inspire. That's just the way of the mind. A better you is a better us, and we really believe that the better we are individually, the better we are collectively. We trying to be great on purpose. So, um, that's what we're doing. That's how we moving, and that's how we rocking. Uh, so give it. I ain't gonna tell them to get rolled over, but that's what's gonna happen if you get in my way. I'm gonna roll over you. I had to throw some petty in
Yeah,
there,
yeah. I know he got road rage, so y'all be careful.
bro. Yeah, man. It's just it's not there's no stopping what's necessary, right? We ain't out here trying to hurt people. We trying to help and build people. So if you don't like that, then it is what it is. Don't get in my way, because you ain't gonna stop me. This is a mission, and it's ordained by the divine. This is something that I have to do. You know. So I found some people that feel similar to me. So uh, that's what we doing. We just intentionally trying to be great. That's all we doing. But how long we been up here rocking, bro?
4 hours and 8 minutes.
Boy, oh damn, this was a long one. Yeah, let's get out of here. Hey, you manifest tonight? Hey, trying to get that lady smoke. That's all right. Bring it.
Mm-mm-mm.
I might
It's
I might
crazy
not even have
when things come to light.
I might not even have to debate. I might just let Gary handle the legwork. I'm just talking shit. I'm talking shit, lady. I don't even know your name. Queen Maker. I'm just
Uh,
talking. I'm joking, lady. I'm joking. Bad joke, okay? Yeah.
nah,
But
he
I
looking
have a
for you.
discussion,
He looking for you. He looking
man.
for. I, it's just listen. When you listen, you got to do what you do best. You got to observe and study. So
Oh
get
yeah.
yourself ready. You about to get into a boxing match.
Oh, that ain't about to
The
match
great
me, man.
debaters.
If you meet my sister,
The great
you
debaters.
damn well get messed. Yeah, you meet my sister, and you'll see why I'm already ready.
Mm, okay.
You meet my sister, you meet my aunts and my yeah. I done debated some titans already. They
Okay.
don't
Let's get
know
at
that
it.
who I be, but they gon' learn who word is.
Yeah, definitely a great show. I appreciate being up there. I appreciate the conversation. It was very educational with different perspectives. I appreciate this. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, brother. You already know, man. Shout out to the nine, man, because we just cooked this up. So I appreciate my brothers and sisters who, like I said, man, we doing this intentionally, and ain't nobody bigger than the program. So we all in it to win it, and we helping each other. Um, everything I do is for a better us. So um, I appreciate the people who helping me along the way. I appreciate the people who allow me to assist them too, because, we can do it alone, but we just will be better doing it together. So I appreciate y'all, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, we've been rocking for 4 hours, people. I appreciate y'all. We done kept 12 in the building. I'm grateful for that. The numbers been low, but um, we gonna get them back up. Shout out to the chat too, man. Y'all make the show. So shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to the replay supporters too, people who catching it. And just remember, man, you can always contact me on IG. You can hit me up in the comments if there's something you want to talk about. I'm open to it. I don't know everything, but I'm willing to share what I do know. So, uh, but that's all we got, man. If we said anything in this video that resonated with you, do me a favor, hit that share button. Tell somebody, help us spread the word. And y'all know what I always say: care about how you feel. But until next time, we either out. And I don't got no outro music. Yeah, I do. Hold on. I got something.
You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. Looking for change, looking for pain. Pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane. Pick up the pieces and go rearrange. I'll be the best above all the rest, put me to the test and expect nothing less, you check as I'm chess, what's happening next, yeah. He got the venom, a tangible weapon, no coming in second. This life is a lesson, he got a new engine from pain, it's a blessing. New focus, no guessing, just bold and obsession. All in his possession, you got their attention. I leave an impression and take a redemption. Just kill no discretion, your mind is a weapon. 11-11, it's time for progression, You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. People like sheep move feet, hurt it easy. You don't wanna be fast asleep when they're scheming. Better stand tall, ready for a fight, believe me. When they drag the chains, you can say no, free me. So he's been looking for somebody who could save him, instead of searching inside for what they gave him. A strong will, strong mind.